Alright, we're live. Hey guys, Rorius here. Tiana's already donated. Thank you for the donation, Tiana. Crab time. Crab time part 2. Yeah. The crab time. Yeah, I appreciate the donations, Tiana, already. I think we're gonna start with Digits video here. We're on the Reddit, for people not aware. Did you see my message about the bot thing? Bot thing? No I did not. Bot thing? Question mark? I like to destroy the feelings. There it is, finally. And because it's a reaction stream, you get to see all the coins fall in. Oh, hey Mecha. Hey Curtis. Yeah, so we got Digits FK versus IK thing. I don't know if there's actually sound. Roy's brain go bye-bye. Yeah. Yeah. I know the K, I'm pretty sure the K stands for kinematics, but I forget what the F and the I stand for. Yeah. Yeah, no, interesting. Oh, the bot. Yes, no, I did see that, Rocky. Yeah. It's when I react with the like thinking face and then the thumbs up, that means like, okay, I'll give it a thought. I'll have a think about it. Usually, I thought it was inverse kinematics, but I don't know what F. That's I had the same thought, Maddie. I was like, inverse was the word that came to mind, but I was like, I could be mistaken, so I just won't say it. Instead of being wrong, I just won't say it. Yeah. Oh, hey Digits. Forward kinematics? Yeah, Digits. What does the FK? What does the F and FK stand for? Because yeah, Maddie and I have deduced that IK is inverse kinematics, but we don't know what the F stands for. Why do you only message over emojis and reaction? Well, it's just, Rocky, it's just easier to emote to the message. It is forward kinematics. Oh, okay. So Maddie was right. Yep. I had no idea. Oh, hey Pixel. 7 with inverse kinematics, IK, the hands and feet will keep their positions when the body is moved. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Alright. Right, anyway. But of course. It's when the hammer map hasn't crashed in the past 5 minutes. Oh, yeah. Use the cost function to update the angles. IK then computes the positions using FK. Ah, right. Interesting. Yeah, I don't fully understand your assignment, but we had similar like weird assignments in some of our comp sci papers at uni. Camping in front of stores that aren't having a sale. What? There was a timestamp. I hope that was correct.
So today we're camping in front of stores that are not having a sale. We're gonna go.
I'm not a huge. Oh, I forgot I'm in light mode again.
That we've been waiting there all night, and so we thought it'd be funny. So we invited a lot of my fans to come too. So we're gonna see how it turns out and who shows up. Yeah, stop here. Stop.
Not a huge fan of this guy.
So today we're gonna camp out in front of stores that aren't having a sale. This is perfect. It's like a Black Friday crowd. When any employees ask you what we're doing, we're gonna say, we're just really excited to shop. And tell them that we've been camping there all night, all right? So it's a prank on the Best Buy employees. I love how many people came at freaking 9 o'clock on a Thursday. That's awesome.
This is so
See if we got our place in line still.
This is so silly.
Good. We still got our spot.
I feel really bad for the employees. Basically, the arm had to move itself to get to the goal. Right.
Last night, so Well, I guess Best Buy is selling things today, so we're gonna see what their price on water is.
2 days now.
Yeah, today's the second day.
So how long ago did you set up your tent?
A week.
A week ago.
Overnight, probably
Overnight,
26
can't you tell?
hours. We drove from Texas.
Been here since last night.
4 days.
It's so weird. People are just leaving because they're like, oh, I don't want to be a part of this.
Yeah, 11 last night.
What are you guys waiting for?
Just
Wait, this was March this year. None of them are wearing masks. I forget because here you don't have to. We don't have COVID here, at least majority of the case. But those people, there's a gathering of people.
we're excited to shop.
I like that. I like that a lot.
He's like, I was like, oh, good,
Can you
good.
open up early for us?
We don't have enough paper fry in there. This is exciting. All right.
He's like, what is happening? I don't know till
Unfortunately, we don't
11.
open till 11.
Okay, yeah, and I can't handle much more of that. It's like, why? This is America. No one really cared in March 2020 in US. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'll let the item know when you liked the meme. Cool. Yeah. Barely in UK, yeah. I mean, I suppose, but still. It always upsets me when I see influencers of any kind. I kind of briefly forgot I was streaming. Influencers of any kind, like, causing mass gatherings. It's upsetting to me. I don't really like this guy either.
Alright, what's up guys? Welcome back to my brand new video. And today we have a new game to play that's
Rorius
actually made by
PP.
my friend Jendel, the developer friend I have. Alright, so there's a little bit of a battle game. So I'm gonna try to get this guy over here. I'm a little idiot. Now we got this guy over here.
Is he implying that he's never
New
played it
game, by the
before?
way. I mean, it's
Is that the
easy right
joke?
there. Hit that
This
guy
came out
over
April
there.
2nd, apparently. According to
That was
me.
like the
According to
thing,
my...
man. Alright,
See,
so now
this is actually... I've been meaning to mention this for a while now. I just... When I release stuff like an April Fool's video, I just release it in my time zone. Because for the majority of... you can't release an April Fool's Day video that is April Fool's Day for the entire world. So I don't bother trying. Most April Fool's videos for me come out on April 2nd. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't bother with any of that nonsense. Pull my finger. Do it.
Hey, buddy.
Hey man, I'm kind of busy right now.
Hey, don't worry, I won't be long. I got a quick request for you.
Go ahead.
Pull my finger.
No.
You're gonna love it, man. Come on.
Pull it.
I know you're just gonna fart.
Pull my finger.
Dude, if you have to fart, just go to the bathroom, all right? I don't want you stinking up the office. I'm not gonna fart, Daniel. I'm not 12. I want to show you something. Will this get you to leave?
Pull it.
Come on. I farted. I noticed. Yeah. Anyway, I'll see you later. Wait.
I see what you did with the title. I'm
Pull my-
good. I'm glad someone noticed. This is another April Fool's video. I should have realized. All these first entries are all going to be April Fool's related.
Well, my butt can talk. Mine can talk too. Hey baby, I hear the blues are calling. Just salads and scrambled eggs.
Just wait.
Congratulations, you're the 25th caller. You're going to Disney World. Really? The kids will be thrilled. Psych! We don't have the budget for that.
The Galactic Battalion is in battle formation.
Ow. Owie. Hey, listen, if you could crank up
Cat
the
is
juice
cute.
on that.
But the implication is that the cat came out of his ass.
I realized it was the office.
Hey, buddy. Hey, man. I'm kind of busy right now. Hey, don't worry, I won't be long. I got a quick request for you.
Go ahead.
Pull my finger.
No.
You're gonna love it, man. Come on. Pull it. I know you're just gonna fart. Pull my finger.
That
Dude,
part
if
is
you have
not
to fart,
cute.
Just go to the
Yeah.
bathroom. Hey, buddy. I don't want you stinking
Hey,
up the
man,
office. I'm not gonna
I'm
fart,
kinda busy
Daniel.
right now.
Hey,
Well,
don't worry. I won't be
I wanna
long.
show you something.
Well, this
I
gets you
got
to
a
leave.
quick request for you.
Go ahead. Hey, buddy.
Hey, man.
It's repeating
Hey,
endlessly.
come on. Hey, buddy. I got
Hey, man,
I'm kind of busy right now. Hey, don't worry. I
Dude, you
won't
have
be
to
long.
fart.
Just
Hey,
go to
man,
the bathroom.
we can fix this. We can fix this. No. How do we get out of this? How do we get it to stop?
Today's video is brought to you by Audible. By the time
well then. This kept getting suggested to me in my recommendeds on YouTube, but I knew that it had been posted in the reaction stream, so I thought I better not watch it until
I had a thought today. A lot of my videos are done in games and stuff, like game glitches. I figured maybe I could make a vlog to give you like advice and like tips and tricks for the real world, you know, like real life glitches. So the first glitch is do an accelerated back hop into this ramp surface here, and we're gonna head towards the beach area. Just watch out for birds and planes when you're flying. Actually, you want to get one bird. Now when you're turning around, just do it real slowly and quietly so you don't scare the goose. Once you're riding the goose, he uses a can to fly, so you want to make sure he's got that in
That's
his
right, I
mouth the whole
forgot about
time.
the can.
If he drops that can, you probably want to just look for some water so you can land in it, because you're going to
It's
start
GTA
falling.
5. Yeah.
Alright, so we made it to the beach. There's a level load trigger somewhere over that direction. We need to get a bit closer, so I'm going to just use this pallet. We're going to get down to the beach, because there's a bit of a long sort of ramp you can take, and beaches are pretty cool. So they're pretty long and straight,
I
so
thought
you can
his
get a good
mouse
run up. Just
was
initiate
my
a
mouse.
back up to this ramp surface over here. So you should still have a pickaxe by this point. We're going to use it to hop to the coast. There's some dogs here. I'm just going to skip the dog. Pickaxes are a little bit glitched. They have like this physics bug where if you step on them, they send you flying in a random direction naturally. Hit the collision boost, bounce off this headland here. We're going to go north until we hit the load screen. Alright, now we made it to Japan, and it's time to take a quick look around. NPCs are a bit weird in Japan. What a good day to get to Tokyo. Not everything's anime over there. They have a rich culture of anime. Not many people realize, but the Japanese were actually Triforcing IRL for many thousands of years before 4chan. Yeah, me and that DeLuca guy go way back. Now, we're going to get to the gaming section of Japan. Actually figured I'd take a bit of a break from that. So here's a deer I found in a forest. The
I miss
deer in
Japan.
Japan are actually scripted to bow if you press E on them. People think that they've actually learned how to do this because it gets them more food.
I believe that is the case, is that they've people bowing
This
at the
person doesn't have
deer
any food on
and
them,
then
so-
feeding them.
One thing you gotta watch out,
believe
the
has
deer
taught
have
the
this
deer.
script to chase after you if you've got food in your hand, so just hit a back hop
Just
away. I got a couple of
accelerate
them
and
on me
back
now.
up away.
It's kind of annoying to keep hanging around because they get in your way.
Yeah, I haven't
Initiate a light back hop away.
I haven't
from
done a
the enemy.
reaction thing with desync in it for so long.
I've
People
already
keep
done this
asking
section of the
me
game, so
to do more desync reaction. Yeah. The desync reaction video from years ago is still one of my most popular videos of all time. That was great. That's another April Fool's Day thing. Art is both a blessing and a curse. Oh. Why didn't it load? Why is it not load? Oh, there we go. Oh. Just a mirror. Boom. And I'm in the thumbnail. Yeah, you are. I was gonna say it was because it was basically back then I was doing episodes where I was like reacting to people's suggestions, but like specific people. So there's your Maddie, your desync / Verisource. It was one Verisource thing and all the rest were desync. And then there was like Turtle Maker had like a bunch that he submitted, so I did a turtle reaction one, and I also did a Diamond Knight reaction one, and I think Diamond Knight's one still is also pretty popular. It's not nearly as popular as the desync one though. The sponsor is who? The sponsor is Invisiwater. It's also dun 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 Mandarin. Dun. This is Tiana's least favorite fruit. Mandarin. Ah. Heck yeah, invisible water. Oh, hey Benji, how you doing? I love that Verisol vid. It's so mean. I don't remember what it is now. I'd have to go back and watch it. If only all doctors spoke like this. Tips from the emergency room, parts 1 through 10. Okay.
Tips from the ER. Most of the time you motherfuckers come in, we give you an IV, we get you a bag of saline. What does that mean? We're hydrating you. Imagine that. Your body needs water. Wow, what a concept. Drink up, people. Stop crowding the ERs. Tips from the ER. What day of the week do you think is the busiest in the emergency room? That's right, it's Monday. Why is that, you ask? Well, most of you motherfuckers don't want to spend your precious weekend seeing the doctor, so you build up all your owies for Monday. Then Monday rolls around, y'all come to the ER, and it is crowded. So if you're coming to see us today, just be prepared to wait a long fucking time. Tips from the ER. Do you know what the average ER visit time for any patient is? It is 4 to 5 hours. That's right, motherfuckers. I'll say it again. 4 to 5 hours. So if you've been in the ER for 40 minutes and you still haven't seen a doctor for whatever bullshit you came in for, toe pain, I'm talking to you. Just know that it is perfectly normal to be there 4 to 5 hours. Tips from the ER.
It's not
Things
good.
Not to ask us when you come
Shouldn't
to
have to wait
emergency
4 to
room.
5 hours.
Do you have COVID patients here? Yes. Yes, motherfucker. It is a global pandemic. You can most guarantee that we have fucking COVID patients in the emergency room. No, we do not keep them in a separate building. You are not
I'll donate
that special.
200 if you
And
do
I can
not
most
eat it.
guarantee 100%
I can avoid eating
increase
it.
your chances of getting COVID if you come to
I also have banana. Oh, dear.
the emergency room. Then if you
Mandarin
did
is good,
not.
and invisible water too.
Tips from
Yeah.
the ER. CPR. It is
a
not
hilarious Katamari
necessary
video.
to do mouth-to-mouth when performing CPR. That's right, motherfuckers. Stop putting your lips on random strangers. It's gross. Nobody in the hospital does it. Neither should you. Guys, I don't care how hot she looks. Get off her, you sick bastard. When in doubt, focus on chest compressions.
understand, but I think
push fast,
also
push hard to the tune of BG Staying Alive's chorus.
Zarathustra
Tips from the
is
ER.
claimed.
Flu season. Top reasons to get the flu
Zarathustra.
vaccine this year. Number 1, so you don't die. That's it. That should be the only reason you need, motherfucker. Flu season is officially upon us, and we are dealing with 2 population-destroying viruses. Luckily for you,
Banana's
someone spent
okay.
a lot of time and money to find the vaccine to one of these crazy viruses. So, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, this
Get
is your one,
bitch
Rocky.
ass to
I
a
saw
clinic and
that.
get this
You
vaccine
posted
before you
this.
end up getting sick, having to come to the ER and complain about why it's taking so long for you to be seen. Tips from the ER. Triage. You will be seen in the order that you arrive. Gotcha, motherfuckers! You absolutely
No.
will not be seen in the order that you
Most
arrive.
important first.
We see the sickest patients first. And
Yeah.
not you, your mom, or your lover gets to decide who is most sick. That is up to the triage nurse. And no. Calling an ambulance will not get you seen quicker. If you come to the ER and you are not immediately rushed back to a room, consider that a good thing. You're probably not dying. So sit back, relax, and enjoy that waiting room. Tips from the ER. Holidays. Why is it so busy in the ER the days after a holiday? Because despite all the warnings, you fucked up and gathered for Thanksgiving.
She's
How do I know
motherfucking so
this?
much.
Because it's been busy as shit.
Samuel
these last
Jackson
few
Nurse
days.
Edition.
Healthy people coming into the ER thinking, I should get a COVID test because I've been around a lot of people this weekend. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? You fucked up. You crippled us. Add to that the skyrocketing number of COVID positive
You don't need to go to an ER to get a COVID test, do you? They're like dedicated COVID test locations.
patients, and you can guarantee that waiting room is going to be busy all night long. So congratulations, the US of A. You suck, and I can't wait to see what you do for Christmas. Tips from the ER. Things not to come to the emergency room for. A COVID test.
I was gonna say,
If you're
just
feeling
saying.
sick with a sore throat, cough, and or fever, please stay the fuck at home. Because even if you got a
There are
positive
locations for
test
COVID
result
testing.
and
Exactly,
you
that's what I
have
thought.
COVID-19, guess what you should do? Stay the fuck at home. And if you're still unsure, ask yourself, in your current state, do you need a $30,000
The lines are stupid long,
ventilator
right.
machine to help you breathe? If not, you should stay
Mecha,
the
I'm
fuck
streaming
at home.
The rest of
And if
Portal
you
Reloaded,
motherfuckers are
and then
still confused,
some multiplayer stuff.
Turn on the TV. Look it up online, and you will see that the only thing that has ever been recommended to you was for you to, say it with me now, stay the fuck at home. Tips from the ER.
I think the thing is, I think we're getting an overload of motherfucker and fucker. I'm imagining these episodes were coming out one at a time every now and then, but we're getting them all at once, all 10 parts all at once, so we're hearing a lot.
What happens when you come to the ER with abdominal pain? We would tell you to stop eating and drinking. That's right, motherfuckers. If you have an upset stomach, stop fucking with it by giving it shit to do. I don't care what your grandma said about the healing powers of Sprite. We will slap it right out of your hands. If a part of your body hurts, it needs rest. If you rolled your ankle, you wouldn't walk on it. If you threw out your back, you wouldn't lift with it. So stop fucking with your stomach by forcing shit into it.
Need another person
At
with
least
ultimate
until
chicken
it needs
horse?
a
Yeah.
fight. Have a good day.
There we go. Quentin Tarantino write this. Yeah, it's interesting. While like 90% of what he said, I'm totally on board with, and I'm like, yep, no, it sounds. It's what I believe I was aware of. There is one thing that I will say is that there are a handful of stories I've heard from people who, this is definitely not the majority of cases. This is very very minimal amount of cases. There's been plenty of people who have said, you know, the doctors thought there was nothing wrong with them, but it turned out there was something really fucking bad wrong with them, and they were not being treated not being taken seriously by the nurses and the ER doctors and stuff like that. Like a couple of examples, both Markiplier and Dorko, two YouTubers, have that. Oh, got new internet? Oh, nice, Max, nice. I was gonna say, yeah, that both of those YouTubers have stories that like that. Like Dorko kept going in with chest pains, and the doctors kept telling him like there was nothing wrong with him. Basically, it was just odd chest pains. Turns out he had a fucking hole in his stomach, in his lungs, and there was fluid leaking into his lungs. That's fucking horrifying. And then Markiplier, it was the whole he had surgery on his. He had like something removed from his gut, I think, and was that the one? Yeah, I think so. They were giving him saline instead of painkillers. So he had no painkillers after his surgery. He was in excruciating pain, and they were refusing to give him more painkillers. It wasn't until Tyler's mum, who was happened to be a pharmaceutical nurse at the hospital, comes along and checks his IV and his thing, just out of not because she was supposed to, but just because she was curious. And she saw that they were giving him fucking saline and no painkillers, and she was like, "Fix this now!" Yeah, there's not always. When someone says they're in pain, it doesn't always mean that the doctor isn't always right about their immediate thoughts on that patient. Sometimes the patient is right about their about themselves. But there are too many people that say they're in pain, have problems, go to the ER for the most nonsense problems that I can totally understand why ER nurses would be so frustrated. I'm just going to quickly fix my light mode, dark mode thing. It's funny, I was using dark mode the other day, of course, for the reaction stream. I must have set it back by accident. Okay, I've actually seen this video, by the way. I've seen something very similar. I'm pretty sure it's the, like, Old school. It was the Minecraft April Fool's thing. Didn't Mark die once? I don't think he died, but... oh, hey Tofu. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad doctors don't usually talk like this. I myself am already having a hard time seeing a doctor, yeah. I think it's a difference in attitude, is that in some places, there we go. This is the thing I remember. It was, oh, it wasn't just a screensaver, was it? Did Mark like scratch open his artery or yes he did. You're right, Benji. It was an IV or something in his neck. And in his weird state, he like was scratching at it or pulling at it, whatever, and he like tore his artery in his neck or something like that. I remember hearing about that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could do this online, couldn't you? You could just go to a website that had this. I tried it and it didn't work for me. Like, I couldn't get it working for some reason. Alright. 3 clicks, Philip bought. Okay.
Some time ago, I hosted this juggling contest to see who was the greatest ball shooter. The winner achieved an impressive record of 681, but could it be even better? What if we could make a robot do it? This is a source mod plugin, basically a game mod, made by Luigi from Brazil, and it's pretty good at shooting the ball.
It is just screensavers? Okay, yep.
So, how did we get here? Step 1, find the ball. Identifying a ball with our eyes is pretty easy. It's spherical.
So medicine for different skin color and gender.
Of a beach ball. So this is obviously the ball we want to shoot.
What I will say is that to some degree there is science behind that. Supposedly redheads, like Scottish types, redheads with freckly skin and stuff like that, tend to be more I want to say immune, but like they're more resistant to drugs that normally knock you out, anesthetist stuff. You actually have to give redheads more knockout drugs for them to be out for the right amount of time. It's really fascinating. I don't know what it is about like the Scots, like redhead, freckly people, but apparently they need more than your average regular other person.
Computer see the ball. Thankfully, we actually don't have to care about any of that. TF2 maintains a list of every object.
You actually use these screensavers now?
Whether it be
nice.
geometry, players, or in this case, a ball. Most importantly, it also tracks the type of object they are.
53 minutes, 30
Within
seconds.
Our ball shooting map, the ball is the only
I'm confused,
object
Rocky.
present. So we simply search for any physics objects in the map, of which only one will come up. And now we can note down its position, velocity, and whatever else.
There's some biological differences, yes, but sometimes they're used to ignore things.
2,
yes, definitely.
On the ball. We have the ball's position and the player's position.
There's definitely like that prejudice of like people thinking that people with different skin colors are in less pain, and it's the same with like men versus women. It's like it's I think it's more common with skin color, but it's the same with it happens with men versus women as well, where it's like a thought that certain people are either faking being hurt or are overplaying, like dramatizing their pain. Yeah. I know there's stuff about like women, people saying that like people having this preconceived notion that, oh, the woman isn't actually in pain, she just says she's in pain. There's like childbirth related pains, and it's like, oh, she's not actually in pain, she just thinks she's in pain. Or like there's all sorts of weird stuff to do with like people not taking people seriously. It's really frustrating. I hate all that stuff. That's why being told to just shut the fuck up, motherfucker, like, will tell you how sick you are. It's like, sometimes the doctors get it wrong. And that's why, at least in America, you can sue if that happens. But over here, There's not really grounds to sue, unfortunately.
Now we need to
Suing
translate that
stuff
to where the player should be
is
looking.
difficult
Thankfully,
in New Zealand.
some billions of years ago, some guy called Muhammad figured out trigonomic
So
functions.
quiet.
So we just need to do some arctan math along the vertical and horizontal axis, producing the angles we need to aim at. We're now perfectly tracking the ball, but our performance is pretty lacking.
You need
What
to aim
we
below
need
the
now
ball.
is to predict the ball's trajectory and
Yeah,
adjust our aim
interpolate.
accordingly. Since the
Or
ball doesn't
extrapolate.
strafe like a player and basically moves in straight lines, if we know how fast the ball is going and in what direction, we can multiply that with the time it takes for the rocket to reach the ball to find the displacement. We can then take that displacement and add it as an offset to our aim, thus shifting our aim to now point towards where the ball will be in a few moments. Finally, along the vertical axis, we can also factor in gravity so we don't overshoot, and subtract 10 from the final calculation, so we always try to influence the ball to launch upwards. The result is decent, but even though the prediction falls apart when the ball hits the ceiling, we don't really need a particularly accurate prediction engine. The magic is in Step 4, Patience. You might have noticed the world record run is more like balancing plates on his head, juggling the ball on his head. Our prediction engine, while pretty shit, can easily handle that. What we do is implement conditions on when to shoot.
Yeah.
So instead of just firing rockets off at max speed, we actually fire when it makes sense to.
Yeah.
There are several different factors you can use to determine the optimal time to fire, but Lugi's solution
suppose this would
was
be
to implement a maximum vertical and
That mode, if you ignore the bot part, that mode would be really good practice for like figuring out trajectories to shoot at players who are falling through the air. The ball is moving fairly slowly, but if you use like a different, like if you could change the ball's weight so that it would fall more like a player, then you could, it'd be a good training room
horizontal velocity,
for soldiers.
a maximum distance to the ball, and a maximum rocket travel time. The vertical velocity maximum is set to 0, so it will only fire when
53
the ball
minutes
is
and 30
falling.
seconds till bands
When the
up.
ball is rising,
I see.
its vertical velocity is a positive number, and negative when it's falling. This essentially stops the bot from blasting the ball into the ceiling and losing control of the ball. Similarly, the maximum horizontal velocity is 70, so the bot will only fire when the ball has mostly settled down, reducing the risk of losing control of the ball by launching it out of reach. Assuming our bot will continuously hold W, the maximum distance to the ball is set to 30, so the bot will only fire when they are 30 units or less away from the ball. This helps reduce the chance of missing, but more importantly, it stops the bot from firing from subpar angles, where shooting the ball from the bottom is more ideal and maintains control. Finally, a maximum rocket travel time, which checks how long a hypothetical rocket would take to hit the ball if one was to be fired right now. Set to 0.3, this is basically a final safeguard to make sure the bot doesn't try to go for long-range rockets. It's possible that the bot juggles the ball above his head a few times, which would satisfy all the other requirements, and slam the ball against the ceiling, losing control of it. At this point, the bot is actually pretty solid. We can consistently get about 100-ish juggles, but the bot is dropping the ball when the soldier is just too slow to get to the ball, and the wall can be a problem. When the ball's path is predicted to go through a wall, the bot might attempt to shoot at a point outside the map, making it miss. These two issues are tackled in Step 5, Becoming Smart. First, to deal with the wall itself, we draw a line from the ball's current position and its projected position. If the line is intercepted by a wall, we tell the bot to wait.
Wait, can anybody, the notification number that Rorius has? What number is there? Notification number? What's the notification number? I'm not familiar with this.
Until this is no longer the case. But why deal with the wall when
Oh,
you can just avoid
you mean
it?
this?
If we adjust our
11.
aim to influence the ball back to the center, we can eliminate the wall from being a concern. A system to correct the ball's position
That's
was
just-
implemented by
That's just, you know, a constant. I constantly have 9+. Almost always have 9+ up there. The other day, this got to like 200. It happens. I can't keep on top of it.
drawing a circle around the ball's projected
Because I tend to go straight to
A line is
comments.
drawn
I don't
from
look at the
map's center
notifications
to
list.
the closest point on that
So,
circle. The bot's
yeah.
aim is then adjusted to
I go-
target the
I
opposite
usually go
end,
straight to the comments
thus
page.
pushing the ball back into the center away from the walls. To stop the bot from endlessly bouncing the ball back and forth around the center, a circle around
Poor
the
thing.
center of the map was also added
I
to
know, I-
define
I'm- I
where
appreciate
the bot
it.
should just juggle normally. And last, an oh shit mode for where everything goes out the window in a last-ditch effort to save the ball. When the ball is 300 units from the floor, the bot abandons all logic and attempts to fire no matter what. The author acknowledges that there is definitely more that can be done. He could use the correction system to not just push it back to the center, but to also counteract any horizontal velocity to keep the ball moving perfectly straight. But as it is, the bot is already really good. It's achieved a high score of 8,714, of which the run
Yeah.
itself took 4 hours to complete. So a human is probably not beating it anytime soon.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm sure that there'll be ball.
I'm sure that there'll be ball. Okay, well, that was interesting. Just creating a bot specifically for that one task. Jack Storber, My Dumb Heart Animation. Oh. This is by Record Breaker 301.
Am I good to get away with making one more cup of coffee and 100 more mistakes or so? I'll meet you in the kitchen and then we can laugh at terrible things are always happening and nobody wants to hold you. My dumb heart is overflowing with bullets. Your name in my mouth jumps out when I'm lonely, baby. But my daydreams put the temperature low, and then I get too confused, and I wish we were at Rossi. And it's a painful day, and it's a painful day, and it's a painful day when you have too much to say.
Yeah, that's nice. I was gonna say a lot of Jack Storber's stuff is quite sort of like longing. It has that, for me. It has that. I get that feeling of like longing, from it. But yeah, it's beautiful. Anyway, you know it's 100% legit when he wears a formal suit. This
Guys,
guy,
I have an
this guy, like, I want to say it freaks me out. It's not quite the word I'm looking for. This guy is way too deadpan for my
incredible, life-changing computer
my
tip for you
sanity.
today. It is going to completely change the way you use the computer forever and.
It's like I was just talking about this on the AMA the other day. In the AMA, I was talking about the fact that I am quite gullible. Like I'm a person who is relatively gullible. If people tell me something with a real serious face, or there's no like sense of humor, there's no apparent humor, I should say, in the way someone's saying something, I'll often take it at face value at first, without thinking too much about it. And so people who use that, who are like, not just deadpan humor, but like, they basically, it's borderline just like lying to your face for humor reasons. Like I just can't. I struggle.
For the better. When I
Same,
discovered
Rorius,
this trick,
same,
I
yeah.
was surprised that no one had ever mentioned it before, and I've never even seen any articles written about it. I assume it's some kind of secret forgotten feature or something built into Windows.
I know it's a
but
joke,
now
but
you'll
it's
be
just
able to take
I
advantage of it.
struggle.
And when I say incredible tip, I really mean it. You'll be completely amazed at how much time
why
this
prank
tip is going to
stuff,
save you. Probably
like,
hours a day. And you
it
can use
always
it at
bothers
work
me.
to be more productive and get a higher raise, or even just get your normal work done
Do
way
you know what you watch
faster
the
and
IT
have
crowd?
extra
I
free
do.
time. The possibilities are
Well, I
truly
have,
endless,
I
so
suppose.
definitely stick around. You won't want to miss this. This tip is
I will say though, there's either a special episode or a special like a season that they release later on that I haven't seen of the IT crowd, because they release it as like a bonus final scene, final. I think it's a series. There's like a mini series that they release as like a final piece, and I haven't seen them, just because they came out way later after I'd already seen the IT crowd.
also really easy to do. You might assume that such a useful trick might be difficult to implement and be very complicated, especially considering how obscure it is, but it's really not. It just takes a couple of minutes. Honestly, this tip is so useful.
Is it only
that
one
I
episode?
think
Season
computer
5? Yeah,
manufacturers
probably.
And the big bankers on Wall Street struck
It's
a
some sort of
deal to
special
keep this
that came out
secret away
after
from
the
the public
series had already
so that
ended.
the mega corporations can keep the trick to themselves. That would explain why it's still in the operating system. I wanted to be sure that this trick was the real deal, so I've been using it for months and testing it, doing before and after experiments, collecting data, and even sharing the tip with a few select industry confidants to test themselves. And I have concluded it is indeed as amazing as I first suspected. And now, I'm blowing the doors wide open on this awesome secret for all of you to see. Okay, so by now, I'm sure you're hyped up, so I won't keep you waiting any longer. But real quick, I just have to ask that you like the video if you enjoy it, because the YouTube algorithm and the big corporations and bankers on Wall Street will probably try to suppress it. So we have to be sure to be able to overcome that. So again, I ask you not only to click the like button, but also smash the like button. In fact, I would prefer it if you completely annihilated the like button. Hover your mouse over the like button,
All right.
grab the biggest hammer you
got me.
own, and smack your mouse or keyboard with it to press send on that like. Or, if you prefer, you don't have to destroy the like button, but rather lightly tap it. This might be better if you're on a tablet because you won't risk damaging it, therefore not being able to watch any more of my future tip videos. You can just ever so slightly press the like button, just enough to barely register on your tablet, so lightly that
All
the
this
first
stock
time
footage.
it might not even register. So be sure to look and make sure that the like went through. If not, do it as many times as necessary, or alternatively, smash the like button like I said before. I'm talking nuke that like button from orbit, leaving a 50-kilometer radius crater around the epicenter, leave nothing left, and even scorch the earth around that.
I don't want to butcher your name. I know Kanal is your surname, or is the second part of your name. Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Like button, so it completely destroys the surrounding infrastructure for decades. If there is even a single pixel remaining of that like button, it's not good enough. And by now, I trust that you have sufficiently clicked the like button, so we can finally get to what you've been waiting for.
Cool.
So sit down
Try
on
and
your
remember
computer and be ready to follow along, because I'm ready to give you this super cool computer trick. So be sure your computer is
If I'm reading
on
it right,
and
it's
ready to go.
Archive.
If you aren't sure how to turn on your computer, usually there will be what's called a power button with a symbol that looks like this. If you press it and nothing happens, your computer may not be plugged
I'm like a
in,
toddler
or your
level
power supply switch may
knowledge
not be
of.
on either.
I have toddler level
After
knowledge
you press
of
the power button, it may
Russian.
or may not light up. But either way, you should still be able to hear some fans or other components activate inside your computer, so you know it's on. You'll also need to be sure all your usual peripherals are connected, such as your mouse. If it's a wired mouse, find the other USB connector end. Fun fact, this type of connector is called a USB Type A connector and was actually created way back in 1996 when USB was first released. There are several types of USB connectors you've probably seen, and they can be either classified as host connectors or device connectors. The term host means the computer or device that initiates all the communication across the USB cable, whereas the device only receives and responds.
I studied
This is the
Russian
reason
for a
Type A
semester at
connectors
uni,
are almost always seen on computers, but never on
I don't
devices like
practice
printers
using
or
it
any other peripherals.
like ever, so
There are several other types of host connectors, but Type A is the most well known.
Kanal.
Devices like printers instead use a device side connector, of which there are also several you may be familiar with. For example, printers often take a USB Type B connector, Phones and other devices may take a USB micro B connector or mini B, all of which are device connectors. I'm getting a bit off track, but that should be pretty interesting. Okay, so now that your mouse is plugged in, also make sure that your keyboard is
Sorry, I
plugged
really can't
in.
wait for this
This
rainbow
may also
badge.
have a USB
So 1 to 2
Type-A
weeks.
connector,
Oh.
so you already know what to do with that.
Never mind.
Oh,
Okay.
and this reminds me, fun fact about keyboards. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't want to get off track. We got to get to that computer tip. Of course, before we do, we need to ensure that your monitor is set up so that you can actually use the computer. Just like your computer itself, there will likely be a power button of some kind on your monitor to turn it on. It may be on the bottom, hidden away. If it turns on, but there's no picture, you probably just forgot to connect the display cable. Now, your monitor may support several kinds of cables, but the most common are either HDMI
You were
or
right.
DisplayPort, and either
Couple
will do.
weeks, I see.
HDMI looks like this and is often used for TV peripherals such as game consoles and cable boxes, while DisplayPort is mainly used in computers. You need to get a monitor cable of your choice and connect it from the monitor into the graphics card of your computer. Just look for the matching port and it should be handled automatically. When the monitor turns on, you should be good to go. Okay, so at this point, you're completely ready. You're sitting at your computer is turned on, your mouse, keyboard, monitor, all connected and working. So finally, here's the tip. On the desktop, hold down the Windows key and press the following secret key combination. Oh crap, guys, I completely forgot. I have an appointment I have to leave for. This will have to be finished later, so be sure to subscribe for part 2, where I'll definitely give you the tip right after explaining the history of computers. Oh, and by the way, April Fools.
I knew that was gonna be the premise, is that it, like, they spend the whole time talking about nonsense, and then that gets interrupted at the very end. Numbers. I was like, it's either going to get interrupted. My thoughts were, it's either going to get interrupted, or it's going to be something that's like not even a tip, not even useful. Okay. This is Minecraft's is it billion or a million? Oh god. Oh my god. Fucking load. 2,147,483,647 limit is broken. Once again,
this is a mod for
April
Minecraft
Fool's
release
Day.
1.2.5. The reason this version was chosen was due to it being the very last version of Minecraft before the client and server code was merged together. This version was, plain and simply, much easier to develop this mod for. This mod replaces nearly every single integer value within the game with long values and modifies the world save code to allow for all of this to work. This might sound simple, but it's not. There's a reason that this mod took 10 years for anyone to make. I mean, it took Pyrift 3 weeks of 8 to 10 hours of coding per day to make this mod work and to get it running at all. But now that we have it, where do we even begin? Well, first off, let's teleport to the integer limit, 2,147,000,000. Huh, this is wild. The game's not crashing. Never have I thought that I would find normal terrain so extraordinary. Aside from one of the spawn chunks repeating itself every 2 to the power 36, or 68.72 billion blocks out, the first major glitch becomes noticeable at 2 to the power 48 blocks out, or roughly 281.5 trillion blocks. Yeah, you can walk for hundreds of trillions of blocks before even noticing that anything even remotely major is wrong. What happens at this distance may seem familiar to some of you. If we crouch walk and surpass 2 to the power 48, it becomes easy to notice that a stuttering effect is occurring while walking around. In versions prior to Minecraft Beta 1.8, a very similar bug was noticeable only 2 to the 19 or 20 blocks from spawn. But this is not that bug. This bug is actually the exact same bug that occurs in Minecraft Bedrock Edition, where it feels like you, the player, along with every other entity, are hitting walls as you're walking, except in this case, it occurs at the 64-bit equivalent. So, If Minecraft Java Edition is now somewhat mimicking Minecraft Bedrock Edition glitches, but at different coordinates, at what point will we run into the stripe lands? Well, in Minecraft Bedrock Edition, they occur 16,777,216 blocks from spawn, but in this Java Edition mod, they occur at just over 9 quadrillion blocks away. And at this point, it's also worth noting that we can no longer move along the direction that we're traveling using just normal flight speed. It feels like we're missing something. The Farlands. We're missing the Farlands. Or at least, it seems like we are. When using integer values, we can calculate where the Farlands will be by taking the integer limit
Of the
and
masks in New
dividing
Zealand.
it by 171.1.
In New Zealand, if you're on public transport, if you're using public transport, or you're a frontline worker at the borders, or one of those kind of places, then yes, you have to wear a mask. Otherwise, no. You don't even have to wear a mask if you're going to a concert or like a large gathering. At least that's currently the case. But we have like very strict lockdown rules. If a single person is found in the community who has COVID, if a single person is found, just a general random person is found to have COVID, if they can't immediately track where that person got COVID from and check all the close contacts and all that sort of thing, if they can't immediately determine whether they've spread it or where it came from, immediate level 3 lockdown, which is like mask wearing, less than 100 people, I think it's actually less than 10 people in gatherings, 10 or less. But in like stores and stuff like that, in the supermarkets, only supermarkets are able to, like, supermarkets and pharmacies and stuff are able to open, and unless certain very specific rules are followed, and in stores you have less than a certain number of people relating to how big your store is. So if it's a small store, you can't even open. You have to serve people at the door. If it's above a certain size and there's like a number of people, that's maximum number in the store. Jake Finch, this is a Minecraft. I thought it was a April Fool's Day thing because of the 2nd of April, but seemingly it's like an actual. It's an actual. I was gonna say the April Fool's joke is that it isn't an April Fool's joke. Yeah, it's something to do with the size limit, new size limit of Minecraft.
0.3. However, because all int values have been replaced by long values, we now have to divide
Only in
the
Australia,
long
masks in
limit
public places
by
are cancelled.
171.103.
Well, here in New Zealand,
Doing so
it's also the
provides a
case.
value just over 53.9 quadrillion. Upon teleporting to this location, nothing's there. But hang on. In normal Java Edition, when the Farlands are enabled, they can sometimes appear 1 to 4 blocks closer than we might otherwise expect. Well, a 1 to 4 block integer variation turns into billions of blocks of variation for a long value. Through a little bit of trial and error, we do indeed find the Farlands just over 53.9 quadrillion blocks away. Within the Stripe Lands, the Farlands look pretty trippy. However, one other thing this mod does implement is an optional Stripe Lands fix. I need you to appreciate the scale of what we're dealing with here. We are tens of quadrillions of blocks, or meters from the spawn point. We are 5.7 light years from the spawn point, and yet we are still less than 0.6% of the way to the new world limit. At this point, we need to teleport in increments greater than 10 quadrillion blocks to even notice any new effects at all. Now, this is the point in the video where I would just teleport to the expected location of the next major milestone, otherwise called the Fartherlands, a video for which you can check out on the top right of the screen. However, the Farlands don't break down as they normally would with the 32-bit limit. Instead, they behave a little bit more like Minecraft Bedrock Edition Farlands, where the detail of the Farlands break down very, very slowly, starting from 53.9 quadrillion blocks all the way to 4.312 quintillion blocks. Now, here's
Jesus Christ.
60 quadrillion blocks, just after where the Farlands start. Looks pretty normal. Next up, 100 quadrillion. Fairly normal, but noticeably less detail than before. 150 quadrillion. Okay, now things appear noticeably more messed up, and repeating patterns are starting to emerge. 500 quadrillion. The repeating patterns are becoming more and more pronounced. 1 quintillion. Now, any variations in the Farlands have almost been entirely replaced by these repeating patterns. 4 quintillion. The repeating patterns are becoming less and less frequent. And finally, 4.313 quintillion. The repeating patterns are entirely gone, and what's left in their place are what we would expect of the Fartherlands. From here, all the way until 9.223 quintillion is nothing but this. From one end to the other, using this mod, Minecraft is now 2 to the power 64 blocks long. That's just over 18.44 quintillion total meters from end to end. To put it another way, it would take light 1,949 years to travel from one end to the other. That's insane.
crazy. Yeah.
And for now, that's all I've got. There are other things worth noting, such as elements of grass generation breaking beyond 2 to the power 35 blocks if you travel in the other direction, among a lot of other things, but I'm gonna wait for those things to become more well documented before considering even making another video on the matter, because otherwise that video would be a mess. But rest assured, I do want to make it. If you want to check out this mod for yourself, I put a link in the description down below for you to try it out for yourself. Just keep in mind that it has to be installed with multi-MC using vanilla Minecraft 1.2.5 using...
Anyway, it's just really fascinating. Really. The weirdness. I wonder if there are probably mods that enable that kind of weirdness earlier on. Be interesting to explore. Just briefly explore some of the weirdness. IBM Industrial Computer. Oh, one thing I was gonna do, I realized that I forgot at the very start of the stream, so I thought I'd do it now. Dashboard. I don't know why my Unity dashboard always comes up first. It's weird. All right. Let's get this up. So, shout outs to all the Royal Maximilians that we have, all the members who are at the Royal Maximilian level. Yeah, we've got Chris and Tiana, both with 11 months. And Tiana says it's going to be only a couple weeks before it's 12 months, which is amazing. We've got Jonas with 10 months of Royal Maximilian, Core with 7 months of Royal Maximilian, Josie with 5 months of Royal Maximilian, King of Fools with 1 month of Royal Maximilian. I'm not sure who King of Fools is. I haven't seen them around recently. Did I miss anyone? No, there's King of Fools, and then there's Digits with 7 days of Royal Maximilian, and Damien with 5 months of Royal Maximilian, upgraded 7 days ago. Yeah, thank you to all my Royal Maximilians. Thank you to all and thank you to everyone who's a member. There's tons of blessed by Rorius members as well, who I'm greatly appreciative of. But yeah, as I always do, I always shout out the Royal Maximilian members on the reaction stream. So there we go. Something tells me you're not gonna get through all the videos today. Probably not. but I'm gonna be better than last time. So yeah, Euryditus has really good taste. I didn't expect that. Yeah. This is specifically the oopsies. This is specifically our personal r/Rorius. Just because I get people to specifically post stuff they want me to check out. So yeah, there's some really good stuff here. Yeah. I'm not gonna watch all of this. Just I'll watch
Greetings
bits
and
of
welcome to a decidedly industrious LGR thing. And this gargantuan gray giant is the IBM 7532 industrial
Thank you,
computer, first introduced on May 21st, 1985. It's a 19-inch 5U rack-mount system designed for
Tiana,
use
thank you.
in manufacturing factories,
money and I
power
have to
plants,
donate. Also,
alongside
crap time.
mainframes, or really
Crap time.
anywhere a business might need a rugged beast of a PC. And the price? $6,145,
Thank you for the donation,
or
Tiana.
around $15,000 adjusted for inflation. Costs only went up from there, as that was only for the base model with a 6 MHz 286, 512 kilobytes of RAM, a 1.2 meg floppy drive, and no hard drive. If those specs sound familiar, then you might know the PCAT Model 5170, and yeah, on a technical level, the 7532 is effectively the same as an IBM AT,
The Dono
which
Jar is looking
launched a
good.
year
Not gonna lie.
prior
It
in
is. It's looking pretty
1984.
good.
But while the AT sold for a couple $1,000s less,
The funny thing is that the Dono Jar, it continues filling even when it's not on screen. So all the donations from previous streams would have been filling the jar. So yeah, it's looking nice. It's looking nice. I realized I was circling. I was doing this with my mouse, but I was doing it over the stream, which you can't see. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, let's continue.
it was built for small business and office
BRB.
use,
Gotta
whereas
get an
the
extra class, right.
7532
Okay,
was
all
designed
good.
for industrial applications every step of the way. Though amusingly, the two machines weigh basically the same despite
Oh,
the
that's,
size difference at around
gratefully dedicate.
44 pounds or 20 kilograms.
Yeah,
The
max.
industrial
It's
PC
max.
is taller on the outside, but that's because the
Thank you,
5 1/4
Maddie,
inch drives mount sideways, allowing for more
doing that
room
for me.
inside to accommodate taller expansion cards. It also provided greater airflow for components, and to that end, the 7532 has a filtered 140mm fan up front. And the filter can easily be swapped out with new ones as needed, reducing unwanted intake of whatever debris happens to be floating nearby. Even in its most basic configuration, the industrial PC was constructed with one goal in mind: long-term versatile usage within harsher, specialized environments. And there were tons of available upgrades. Check out these prices. $1,125 to bring it up to 1 megabyte of
God.
RAM, $1,695 for a 20 megabyte hard drive, $650 for a second high-density floppy drive, $524 for an EGA graphics card, and on and on. So a configuration like this one could have cost roughly $10,000 back in 1985, and that's still not including an industrial monitor. Customers had to pony up an additional $1,175 for the 7534 industrial graphics display, which was the monitor of choice for machines with EGA adapters. It's effectively a rehoused IBM 5154 monitor with its own ventilation system, with fans and filters just like the 7532. And it's packing a CRT with the same specs as the 5154, encased in an appropriately industrial shell with bigger knobs, moved from the front over to the right-hand side. And of course, IBM had to build a matching industrial keyboard, with the excellent Model M being the obvious choice. Mine isn't original to this system. It's a standard Model M installed in a new industrial case, but it's got the desired look. A gray plastic shell complementing the gray of the PC, the gray of the monitor, and presumably the gray of your
industrial.
work environment.
Yeah.
And if that was somewhere particularly prone to nastiness, you had to get an IBM keyboard condom, or keyboard cover, for the Model M. It's a rubber sheath that hugs the unit snugly, protecting it from any dirt, debris, or liquid you don't want getting inside the keyboard and messing things up. With the adhesive strips holding it in place underneath, it's a tight fit, but
Keyboard
remains usable
condom.
since the rubber stays pliable and isn't too thick. I also really dig the silver on black IBM logos and everything too. It's an appealing change compared to the classic off-white and blue badges they used back then. On that note, there were all kinds of industrial computers beyond this one, both before and after. But its main contemporary was the IBM 7531 that launched simultaneously in '85. It was the same computer inside a standing tower case that weighed almost twice as much and had mounts for bolting it down to the floor. And a little later, there was the 7552 Model 140, which again had the same specs but in this awesome modular system, allowing for component swapping via front-loading modules that connected to a backplane. I've also seen a few different color variants of the 7532 itself, though I'm not sure if IBM officially painted them that way or they simply got a little spritzing up to match the environments they were used in. Also note the locking doors on some of them. That was a component I've seen in lots of pictures, but mine unfortunately didn't come with. It also didn't come with a graphics adapter, a hard drive, or any extra.
In one of the ones he showed before, I saw the locking adapter, I saw a little keyed lock thing that looked really interesting. We won't watch the rest of this. It's fascinating to me, but I can't watch full 17-minute videos. I saw this video already. I saw it. I think it got posted before as well though, but I saw it. It got recommended to me on YouTube and I watched it myself. Really interesting watch. I might just watch the very start of it here.
The 1990s produced a lot of unique imagery. Over-the-top advertisements, Klasky Csupo Nicktoons, colorful wardrobes. And what about these bricks? Seriously,
the Spyro background.
These bricks were everywhere in 90s video games.
They're like in all sorts of places.
From Banjo-Kazooie and Final Fantasy VII to Turok and Mortal Kombat 3. The exact same bricks are in dozens of games. They even found their way onto a German board game. 30 seconds ago, you probably never noticed these bricks' prevalence. But in July 2020, a group of internet sleuths sure noticed. And they got...
Basically, yeah, they went on a hunt to find these bricks. And they found them on a really old... I mean, I shouldn't say. You should watch the video. I definitely highly recommend it. It's really fascinating. How was your week, Rory? It was pretty good. I think... There was some ups and downs. It's so early in the morning. It's early for me. Big companies make the worst junk. Yeah, I had all sorts of problems with I've been trying to get up. It's been the school holidays, so I've been trying to get up and go for walks with my mum every morning. But every other day, I've had problems where I just can't get up and go for the walk, so I felt pretty bad about that. But otherwise, it's been pretty good. Been getting recordings done. I was meaning to do more moving stuff. I was meaning to move more furniture and stuff like that, but I've just had other things get in, take prevalence. Prevalence? No, that's a word that's similar to that. Yeah. You get what I mean.
E-waste. So while actually looking for interesting nuggets,
big companies make the worst junk.
Inappropriately named they are, I am inundated with
sorry for all the sniffing. When I got home, I
this.
immediately started
really
sneezing.
This was genuine apple that just
nose.
fooled me big time, mate. And actually, the more I look at it, I'm realizing that the left and right buttons are like this.
Oh my god.
Oh, my Puxel. Oh, and my duck. But during my nugget hunts, there is one type of MP3 player that just keeps turning up. Power up. Wow, digital MP3s. None of those analog MP3s. And yeah, here it is. Wait, these have even turned up in the Nugget Lucky Dip. Whoa! That's a genuine sunlight battery. And it's deliciously molded and everything. Ooh. Why am I touching this? Extra heavy duty, more like extra heavy filthy. I mean, for its day, there's really nothing wrong with these. You know, it's... Come on. Oh, that's right, it's new. USB dingus end, just whack it straight in your computer. No rechargeable battery.
I feel like I had
into it.
I had a...
Might as well see if it even turns on. Look,
I had a little Walkman thingy like that, similar to that when I was a kid.
Oh, wow, go you. Press key on. That doesn't make any sense. So literally, I'll go onto eBay.
My one didn't have a
type
USB
in any company followed by
thing.
MP3. Just see if anyone's made an MP3 player. I've been surprised before. And mate,
I don't remember how I got music on it.
A genuine Gatorade MP3 player. Oh, dingus. It's the exact.
Exact same
it's the
thing.
exact same flippin' thing. Only it's been rubberized, so it feels awful. And look, it's already got schmoon crap already stuck to it. Ooh, slightly different. Waiting. Yes, I am. Come on, it's not like you're running Windows Vista or something. Oh, it's cool. It's got like copyrighted music already, and it's already at full volume, guaranteed to destroy your hearing as soon as you plug it in. Oh, Gatorade.
Let's make this
you
day
idiots.
nice
Oh
day of the
boy,
week.
it's
Thank you.
Gatorade
Thank you, Tiana.
phones. Oh, and an Energizer.
I was happy. One thing I will say
I
to
still
do with
think
my
the
week is
sunlight battery is a little bit higher quality.
I was happy. Yesterday was supposed to be the day I just recorded. I'm gonna move on. Was supposed to be the day I just recorded episodes and didn't edit because it's today's Saturday and so I don't normally edit videos on a Friday. But I've planned. I meant to mention this at the start of the stream. This weekend and I think next weekend as well. There's gonna be extra episodes of Phoenix Wright being posted during the weekend. That's purely because there are games that are lined up in my schedule for certain days, and so I need to finish Phoenix Wright. And this last episode 5 of Phoenix Wright has proved to be much longer than the previous episodes of the game. So yeah, I'm having to put up extra bonus episodes wherever possible. PogChamp. What is this? Yeah, one was posted earlier. It was posted this morning. Yeah.
I'll turn the volume up on this a little bit. That's it. Then this is the
Live Jack Silver experience.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn.
Is this man real?
This is called mixing. Whoa, there we go. Cool. All right, everybody. My name's Jack Stauber. Here we go. Here we go. Go. How's everybody feeling tonight, first and foremost? I just want this to be a fun show for you and for me. I gotta find out how to get that to stop, right? This next song I wrote, and it's called, it's called Ashley Tearsdale. I hope everyone's having a beautiful old night.
Oh, there it goes. It took ages to come up. Yeah, thank you, Tiana. Thank you for the donation. Clear milk.
Night, huh? No? Who's having a bad night? No, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right to have a bad night. Feelings are valid. Come on, give me a chance here. What's going on there? What's the problem, pal? This next song is for when you've just done enough, it's just when you've done enough and you're all set to take a 5, take a 4, a 3, a 2. What? This one's really need to go this time.
It's very animated. A lot of energy. But it's really like, what's the word? It's really confusing energy. Or like, not confusing, it's not the right word. It's like, it's like the rolling over in the random ass bodily positions. It's like chaotic energy.
You know why, guys? You know why it's intense.
God fucking stop playing it!
No, it's because it's about a topic that we're all a little bit familiar with. One thing that we all happen to share. It's a 4-letter word. What do we all have a little bit of experience with? And it ends with red gloves.
Love.
It's you guys are all wrong. It's love. Round of applause.
was introduced still by Buttercup meme. Never regret it. Yeah.
That song is
I was introduced to Stolbo by Maddie.
2018 was the #1 love time year of your all lives. And we were all
Apart from
loved
that meme,
20
yeah,
times together at once. How many lungs do we got? 10? What are you doing?
Meme.
You're in a circle?
I always forget what the
We're
name of
gonna
that song
make
is.
geometry
Is that Buttercup?
right now.
It's probably Buttercup.
Think about it. I can't see anyone anymore, so I don't
love
know
that
how
he-
many people are here. This next song is about this song's about everyone
Love
here.
that he has a song called
You guys like any jazz?
Kunk.
Yeah. You guys like
Extra,
jazz?
extra energy. Yeah, it's like, but it's like a chaotic use of extra energy. It's that. It has the same vibe as someone who's like either very drunk or very high on something. But it's sort of a very much like a. It's just like a chaotic energy. I don't know if he is drunk or high, but he's just got that chaotic energy. I've just been watching a YouTuber do a series on this game, and that character is really frustrating. Anyway, do you believe? I haven't found alien UFO documentaries. No, I don't believe that that the Earth has seen aliens, but I do believe aliens exist. Exactly. Okay, yeah. That song was Buttercup. Okay. Okay, good. Rorius animatic with any song from Storm Win. I mean, yeah. Rorius animatic with anything. Full stop. When his blood is a drug. I'll drink Jack's blood as a drug. I don't know why mine is age restricted. Lol. It's not inappropriate or anything. I see. Right, yeah. Wheatley Rage, volume warning. Wait. let's lower the volume preemptively. I see. Oh god. Having to run from Wheatley while this music is playing. Oh my god. Most chaotic mod. Most chaotic map. This fucking song. I actually love this song. But in this context and it all like blown out. It's really funny. Oh god, keep running! Keep going! Oh. I just saw Wheatley disappear. Well then. Jack literally got teeth from his fans. Oh?
Thank you, Eric and Yana. Thank you, Melody, Vin and Chris, Skylar and Emily. Thank you, God and Caleb for sending your teeth. And now I can finally
Why? Why did people send their teeth? Why did people send their teeth? What the fuck? A nicer outlook on teeth.
Just a small coffee,
take
please.
tooth.
Small coffee, that'll be $1.29.
Do you take tooth?
Yes, we do.
Anything under your pillow this morning?
Thank you.
Just to wait overnight for him to get money under his pillow. That's so weird. Portal of Flash version Extreme Edition be like. I guess he went through the pain of submitting ID/credit card. What? I'm confused. a real nightmare, to be honest. It's kind of everything I mentioned is similar to this. Ah. Similar to the portal map thing. Yeah, yep. Seeing teeth screws with me. Sorry, teeth screws with me. Yeah, just the idea. Loose teeth freak me out. Only because I've had those dreams where, in the middle of the dream, for no reason, like suddenly, I'm feeling like lumps in my mouth, and then like I spit out, and there's just blood and teeth, all in, like the sink or in my hand or whatever, and like just all my teeth are falling out. I have those dreams every now. Like, I haven't had it in a long time, but I remember having those dreams back in the day. Anyway, a Japanese-only AI voice singing in English. Oh wait, I saw this. This is a song. If you're unsure, only listen to a clip. Yeah. Music/lyrics by Kira. Yeah, it's fascinating. I saw a version of this on the Discord. I won't play too much of it just in case. But yeah, no, it's fascinating. Making the Japanese AI voice, like just because with Japanese, there's a lot of it's all of its sounds are all like, all of its characters are all sound like phonetic. So you can approximate English with Japanese characters, and it works really well. No, ask what Jack has with teeth. Yeah. Seeing the insides of teeth is so uncomfortable to me. I don't think he still uses the teeth he got from fans in his stop motion characters. YouTube, at least in EU. Oh, it needs ID credit card to watch age-restricted vids. Ah, I don't think that's the case here. I will say, YouTube has all my credit card details. Not my credit card details. Actually, no, they do, because I have YouTube Premium. So of course they do. But, yeah, I don't think you need to do that. As long as you sign up, as long as you log in and you give your age, I think that's, you don't need to do that here. That's some Cyrillic-y stuff. Yeah. So the Cyrillic alphabet, other than the th sound, the Cyrillic alphabet it covers all the sounds that English will make. It's really just the th, the th sound. Doesn't really exist in the Cyrillic alphabet. What the fuck? In response to creator feedback, yes, I heard about this. I saw stuff about this. I don't think they're gonna go through with that. It almost feels like an April Fool's joke, but it was done on March 31st. Yeah, I don't think it was. Oh my god, I didn't realize this was my theme. I saw Pixel had this Beat Saber map. Also, please appreciate the lighting too. Yes, yep. I didn't realize it was going to be my outro. Yeah. Hell yeah. I was gonna say that song is it's a fairly well-known song. I've actually heard it on other people's YouTube videos. That's a great song, so I'm sure it would work great with Beat Saber. What's this? The Prey voices, they look the same from the game. Oh, the voice actors. Oh, did they map the faces of the voice actors as well? Oopsies.
Hey,
oh,
you don't look terrible in a Transstar uniform.
Oh my god! Now that I'm hearing the voice, I hear it. I've seen this guy he's in IT Crowd, isn't he? Or yeah, IT Crowd. Yes, he's the one of the guys in the. He's like the Morpheus character in that episode of where Moss is brought into the what's that freaking game show? Countdown. I don't think Kira cares as long as you aren't like copying it. Right. There's the second one in the comments. Right. It's definitely copyrighted. Yeah, so that's why I don't want to not jinx myself. You know what I mean. Anyways, I need to study for AP Human. That's next week. Ah, I see. I'll see you, Benji. Have a good night. Good luck with the study. Synthv's AI quality is so good. It is really good. It's super good. Also, don't worry. It also has a hard difficulty, not just expert. Right. Well, sometimes hard's too easy. Depends on how it's made. So we'll have to see, Pixel. But yeah, no, I was gonna say I've seen that guy before. It makes sense now.
How's your eye?
Seeing who it actually is.
I'm Dr. Bellamy. Looks like we have some tests to run through today.
What's with the stretched screen?
I imagine, but
Oh yeah, I can see the similarity.
fantastic.
It's always in my lab,
That one's a little bit modified.
nothing. At first, I don't want to turn it on.
But you can call me Chief Elazar, Matt.
Once again, they've modified the character's face a fair bit.
Will we be spending the next 59 minutes like this?
Shot full of holes. I know. I'm sorry, but it's permanent.
Again, this character's face is
You can trust
shifted a fair
it's
bit.
An operator, a sort of backup of you and me. It knows what you've forgotten. We've been testing a new kind of
The only voice actor I'm familiar with is that very first one.
I hope you recall me. Dr. Igwe. Dio Igwe. Your brother, Alex, brought me to the station to head up neuromod research.
It's hard to tell with the
but no
stretching.
aptitude template.
Is there anything weird going on over there?
No, like what?
I don't want you to panic.
What is going on, Langley?
Not sure yet.
I don't know that I agree that all of them look exactly like their characters. But definitely it looked like they started off with a model of the face. 7 things you didn't know about you could do in Prey. Let's see if I did any of these things.
To depend on them too much. Thanks a lot.
Make friends with humans. Oh, with turrets.
Scanning target, no type of material detected.
Although you can hack many computer terminals dotted throughout Talos 1, it appears some machinery is already friendly to begin with. These turrets are programmed to scan living organisms and allow humans to pass by unharmed while firing on the alien Typhon. But if you don't like their placement, you can just pack them down and take them with you to redeploy anywhere so that they can cover your back while you continue.
If this is just saying you can hack turrets to not kill you, I'm very aware that I did that a lot.
Corpses undisturbed. Mind you, they can easily get knocked over by a fast-moving mimic, so depend on them too much. Thanks a lot, turret friend.
Computer suit.
While neuromods allow you to enhance your, there are other
Once again,
that give you certain boosts like extra protection.
That's just a normal feature of the game. What are you talking? What are they talking about?
Sales division on Talos 1. You can have a nosy through the email on one of the.
Some things you didn't know you could do. I'm pretty sure I've done all the things they're gonna suggest. Wait. Let's go ahead. Pick up tumors.
A delightful thing we noticed after we killed mimics and attempted
Oh
to
yeah, I know you can pick up tumors because I disguised myself as a tumor. I used to use the tumors to hide. I'd take the form of the tumor and then roll underneath the door of like small gap rooms. Recycle your trash. That's like a normal feature of the game. You do it all the fucking time. What are they on about? Create art. Well, with the glue gun. Yes, I already knew that as well. I can't believe it.
Appropriately located under a desk in the trans division, the Huntress Boltcaster is a toy crossbow that, at first,
Triggers buttons. Yes, I did that as well. Although I didn't realize I could do that for a long time.
there you have it. If you're curious to
That's nonsense. Those are 7 things I did like very frequently throughout the game. Moon. Some of those list videos around on YouTube are such nonsense. Anyway, VFX artists react to the moon landing.
Come in a little closer. Zoom in, zoom in. Come on, hey, gonna tell you something. Hey, the moon? Yeah, it's fake.
Whoa, now that's a
So they're just gonna spend the whole time. So they're gonna spend the whole time talking about how the moon's fake.
We're gonna watch these shots and we're gonna take a look at them as special effects / visual effects artists. How would we do these shots, or are they even possible? Why or why not? Let's jump in.
I love our
I mean,
hats.
with modern VFX, of course, it's
Miniature
totally
working,
doable.
Rear projection.
Little shots like this, you could fake this shot. You could fake this shot.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a shot. That's an actual 3D surface down there. You might say, well, what if you built a miniature? So when you're filming stuff in miniature, there's a very, very shallow depth of field.
If it's a small object and you're using a normal size camera, basically you get extreme depth of field. Things become out of focus very quickly. And it's hard to compensate with that. The only way to do that is to stop down to an extreme level like an F-22 and then blast it with something brighter than the sun.
Let's let it keep, we'll see how long the shot goes on for.
Oh, see? Alright, see you later.
This shot is still going. Whoa! Okay, it just got way more impossible. There's no lights in the ceiling. So if you built this whole thing in miniature, and your camera's this big, you're looking like at least a football field sized stage. This would have to be built indoors too, by the way, because it's all shaded. The sky is black. There's no blue spill. This is all lit from a single light source.
Dude,
So
space lasers.
the ceiling would have to be so high, and the light would have to be so bright to cover this entire area in an even wash of light, because otherwise you're gonna have a hot spot, whichever is closest to the light.
Well, that's the other thing, is that like, in order to actually evenly light a whole bunch of stuff, it would just be too soft. You wouldn't have any sharp shadows like you see on the moon. And when you do get the sharp shadows, they're gonna be at angles. They're never gonna quite get parallel unless you literally throw millions of miles into the mix.
Yeah.
If you guys like these videos and you like this channel and you want to get more, consider subscribing to quarterdigital.com.
Well, I'm glad that they at least are actually talking about the science of trying to make something like that, and basically proving how it's it would be fucking impossible or really, really hard to fake the video footage from the moon landing. I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, should fan art be illegal? I've heard, I think I know where this is going. I think I've heard an argument similar to this, and I'd be curious to see what they have to say.
In 2016, independent game developer
12
Poem
minutes.
Studios announced the Apeiron Project, a fan remake of the popular 2003 video game Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, using
My
the
nose is
modern
being such a
Unreal
bastard today.
Engine 4. The team described the project as a remastering of the original LucasArts video game with added content, new worlds, missions, inventory, items, and companions. The development team started small, but quickly grew as word of the fan remake spread. Initially, we were a team of 2, and then more people started to hear about what we wanted to do and joined.
I'll mute the mic for a
At peak,
second.
We were a team of 12 around late 2017. During that time, the project gained a large online following, and over the next 2 years, development continued in earnest, with the team regularly streaming the process and posting continual updates as the game took shape. We got a lot done. By my estimate, we were maybe a year or a year and a half away from release. But in late 2018, the team received a letter they had hoped would never come. An official order from the lawyers
Cease
at
and desist.
Lucasfilm Limited to cease and desist the game's development.
Yeah.
For head developer
It's not
Taylor
surprising.
Trotter, the letter was crushing. I had a good cry in the shower.
And what's frustrating is that if instead, for all the fans of Knights of the Old Republic, I never played it, but Mutius, sometimes I go to say something and I'm like, shit, I'm muted. We've talked about this before. Sorry, we're ranting again, but I'll make a brief note about this. We talked about the fact that fans were making a fan-made Sonic, and Sonic Team took them on, and that's what Sonic Mania is. It was basically like a reimagining remake style game that is in the style of the original Sonic games, and it was super popular because that's what people want. People want that nostalgia, they want that old school feel. This is another example of one of those studios where they see fans making a full remake, and instead of taking them on and saying look, what you're doing is technically against our copyright. If you agree to give us to basically hand over the rights to the game, we'll help you, or if you agree to work with us, we can help you release this and make this an official release. And then they get all the fan support, and it's like, it's fan-made, fan-supported, like, game that would bring in revenue for the original company who made the original game. I don't get why studios... Maybe it's because of the Star Wars thing. Maybe the original team doesn't have the license for it anymore, so they can't make a Star Wars game, so they have to cease and desist instead. But so many studios, like, their first reaction is to be like, no, shut that shit down. Instead of like, well, they're doing free work for us. We can just, like, make money for free for a game being made by fans. Oh, I don't get it. Also, Ray, I've been still playing Resident Evil 7. Currently the part where I got 2 keycards. Ah, right. I think I know which part you're talking about. I think. I'm not 100%. But you're getting close to the end, if I'm not mistaken. You're getting pretty close. Game is still pretty playable. It's not too late. Yeah, it's not too late. There are mods that make the graphics more playable. Oh, right. And Maddie's finished Resident Evil 7? Yeah. I really liked Resident Evil 7. The latter end of the game gets kind of wild and, like, goes to, like, that falls back into that, I got to the part about 5 minutes from the end with the 2 fat molded. Yep. And then waited 2 weeks to finish. I see. I was gonna say, I feel like the first half of the game, the first section of the game, when you're at in the baker's mansion, that's the best part of the game. That's, like, super cool, super awesome part of the game. I feel like it goes off the rails in the second half, which is typical, which is pretty common for Resident Evil games. But if you mostly ignore that second half, the first half is fucking excellent. I love that game a lot. And when I say first half and second half, it's not quite, doesn't line up for the middle of the game, but, like, when you first leave the baker's mansion, I think that's where just as you're about to leave, the boss, before you leave the baker's mansion, is where that goes all off the walls. It becomes, like, it becomes a lesser game. But yeah. Sega, whoa, they made a cool fan game? Hire them. Nintendo, a fan game? Without characters? Shut it down! It's like that FBI open up meme. Nintendo just sent in the fucking SWAT. Shut that shit down! That's why I can't get past that idea that so many studios, like, instead of like just getting free money, they instead are like, nah, shut that shit down, and they bring the ire, they bring the, like, hatred of fans that would have otherwise loved them. Anyway.
And began moving into pre-production on our next project. I desperately wanted to keep the team we had, and the only way to do that was to have a central focus. It's a tale as old as time. Superfan creates cool thing with trademarked intellectual property. Thing becomes insanely popular. Rights holder moves to protect their intellectual license, and cool thing is forced to shut down.
Yeah.
There weren't any negotiating talks.
Replay the game for Zoe choice. I don't think...
Whether it's fan fiction...
I don't think there's a huge difference in the outcome. I have that feeling. I remember reading that. I don't think I did it, so then I might be wrong. But from what I recall, there isn't a huge difference in what happens if you choose those two. But definitely the DLC. The DLC is really cool. Like several of the DLC pieces are really cool. Well, I'll say definitely Valve knows that principle as well. They see when a mod, like, firstly, they, at least in the past, they understood the value of mods. They understood the value of, like, modifications and stuff. But also, there has been many a time where they've seen something that is just a mod or is being developed, and they're like, instead of crushing it, like most companies do, they're like, come join us. We'll help you release it. And then it becomes Valve property. Everything, like, Counter-Strike, Portal, Team Fortress, like Left 4 Dead. I mean, is Left 4 Dead? Yeah, Left 4 Dead as well, I think. Yeah. I mean, Dota's a little bit of an odd case, but yeah, they see it and they're like, oh, there's value in that. We should make it official.
fan art, fan films, fan games, or more recently, fan mods, it's become a regular occurrence to hear of great-looking, community-generated creations, and then, quickly afterward, their termination. And to be clear, legally speaking, these projects
I really like the old house
mostly
section too.
fall out of the scope
Despite me
of
hating
fair
spiders.
use and are, for all intents and purposes, not legal. But in the 21st century, are these trademark laws
Boss
still
fight was really
fair
good too,
or even
yeah.
feasible? With the advent of the internet, in a culture where
Her voice,
copyrighted or
Marguerite's voice
trademarked
lines are the
works
best.
are routinely memed or remixed, where goofy TikTok dances and cover songs and derivative works go viral.
Well, the thing I thought was like the amazing was like her acting, Marguerite's delivery of her character is fucking excellent. Like she's definitely the best character in terms of like the actor and their like commitment to the piece, to the role. Because Marguerite is like next freaking level with like fucking perfect like craziness. Seems odd how Marguerite didn't come back a lot like Jack did. Such a shame. I think there's a reason for that. I forget exactly what the reason is. All the VAs are amazing. They are, yeah. Jack has great acting too. He does. But there was just something next level for me about Marguerite. Her like, she like throws herself into the insanity so intensely. I was like, I remember at the time when I was playing it, I think I made comments about like, whoa, her acting is next level. The Ethan Free My Family Please scene is a testament to her performance. Right, yeah. So to his performance. I was like, does she say that? No, I thought, yeah, during the, I'm assuming you, yeah. I think I know it, believe I know which part you're talking about. I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't played it. But it's that scene, that, it's really abstract, but it's that scene, yeah.
I roll every other minute. Shouldn't we at least rethink
I'll
how
stop pausing
we're
the video
enforcing these
because we need to get
laws?
through it.
I'm
I want
no
to watch the whole
lawyer.
thing.
I can't give any kind of expert advice on how the current system works or how it should be amended, but I do know people. So I went straight to the de facto legal mind of YouTube
Legal?
to get the ins and outs of how the law views fan creations.
Is that lawyer guy from YouTube? Yeah, this guy. I thought it was legal.
You're on with Eagle.
Hi, Devin.
Hey, Austin. How are you?
Good. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. You're on the clock.
Anyway, so I'm working on this video,
Yeah.
and I wanted to get
Max,
like,
I will say, whenever I look at the
perspective
videos, I always
on
check at the bottom for
fan fiction.
claims
It's against
first.
the law.
That what Maddie did is exactly what I do.
Like fan art, when fans take existing properties and they create new works based off of them.
Completely illegal.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, because I'm like working on a video, so I didn't know if there was like any legal developments that have changed.
Illegal.
Huh. Okay, well, hey, thanks for going over it with me.
Yeah, no problem. I'll shoot you an invoice later today.
Oh, is this like a... I guess I didn't realize this was like a paid...
Have a great week. See ya.
It'll be like a $400
okay,
phone call.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to understand
Fucking
the
lawyers.
perspective of the existing rights holders. They own the properties, they decide how they're used. But still, I wanted to learn
Phoenix
more
Wright,
about
is it
the
you?
fans being affected. Because often, when you're the target of a potential lawsuit, you feel
Yeah, I will,
powerless to
Max.
share your side of the conflict.
DM it to me on
and
Twitter
many a fan
or something,
artist
and I'll
lives
listen
in
to
a
it.
constant state of worry that
After the stream.
thing they're creating, the thing they're choosing to invest their time, energy, even money into may suddenly be halted with no hope of leniency. The folks behind that canceled Star Wars fan game spent loads of time, easily thousands of hours, and even put in their own money to keep development going, and they're not alone. While plenty of these fan artists are just messing around, experimenting with their favorite characters and universes without much thought into the quality or merit of what it is they're making, some creations are legitimate, large-scale collaborative projects with quality craftsmanship, sometimes arguably even rivaling that of the intellectual property they're lifting from.
I'm working with a fraction of the budget that they're working with to put these little things out. I placed every single one of these lines. I EQ'd every single one of these tracks. I reverbed every single one of these tracks. I originally cut and dubbed and voiced and everything. I did an entire feature in, I'd say 20 actors. So it's a staff of less than 25 people essentially, putting together a feature film in 6 months. It's like an orchestration, you know, you see there's real value, there's real craftsmanship there. We did put this out on VHS tapes. I would say that the budget for this, it was in the ballpark of maybe $2,500.
The idea of budget projects like this were once unheard of, but more and more professional artists are willing to go the extra mile simply out of respect or love for the property.
I tend to check Twitter more frequently, so I always suggest Twitter.
Animation. I was about 8 or 9 years old when I first started seeing these commercials and magazine ads for this new game called Star Fox for the Super Nintendo. It was very relevant to what 9-year-old me liked. I wanted and wished through much of my younger life that I'd eventually see some sort of Star Fox movie. By the time I was in 4th grade, I tried making a few animations of Fox McCloud, silly stuff, doing loop-the-loops in his R-Wing, and they were horrible, of course, but I dreamed for a long time of making full-blown 2D animated episodes of a Star Fox cartoon series.
Artists
You
like
said
Matthew
Marguerite is
Gafford,
such
who
a
have
what the
gone
fuck
the
moment.
parody
It
route,
is.
are banking on fair use to avoid potential legal troubles. But the trouble is, even if your fan art is classified as a parody, there's no way of knowing if the rights holders will see it that way, and creators of these fan works are almost never equipped to fight a potential legal battle if it arises. So they quietly produce their fan work and just hope for the best.
Look, if they have that stance, if they have the stance of, oh, well, this is illegal, whatever, I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. It won't stop the people involved or the funders or any of those people. It won't stop them from getting it somewhere. This is the internet. You can't, you can't stop something from getting out. On the internet, things get out.
I wanted to interview a ton of fan artists for this video.
I think the idea is that she's like
troubles I ran
birthing
into was an
them.
overall reluctance by many of them to
horrifying.
even go on record about
I
the
don't
thing
know
they
why.
created or were
I don't know what it is with
creating,
Marguerite
for
and
fear
bugs.
It might increase the likelihood that some legal banhammer would come down on them, especially if their fan
Banana
art was
Bay.
how they paid rent. So the elephant in the room. Barring a few weird exceptions, it is illegal to sell fan fiction or fan creations without the express consent of the rights holder. That's not too hard to understand, but it is getting harder these days
Really
to
bad
differentiate
bots on
between what
TF2.
constitutes commercial and non-commercial work, given the fact that many fan artists who claim not to be selling their creation sort of are. It's weird. A legal gray area sort of exists at the moment through crowdfunding platforms like Patreon and Kickstarter, where fan artists set up accounts and allow people
Don't know any
to
of the
send them
backstory
contributions.
of
The
Behind
argument
Umbrella.
is made that these contributors are simply donating to an artist to engage in their general craft, not necessarily to produce that fan art. So the hypothetical artist Bad Rebel XY, who posts all kinds of art to Instagram for free, might solicit donations on a crowdfunding platform to support him as an illustrator, never specifically promising to use the money sent to him to make fan art, just sort of, you know, heavily implied. The problem is, of course, that is still totally illegal, but it's hard for online platforms to police such operations, and for the most part, fans of said work abide by an unwritten rule: keep it secret, keep it safe. If the IP owner never knows about a certain fanfic, it won't get pulled, and the readership can quietly enjoy it without ruffling any legal feathers.
If it wasn't for the people on my Patreon, none of this would have been possible, and I'd likely
I
still
also
be
have a
scrubbing
Patreon.
toilets at a gas station.
This is a weird way
Perfect
of
segue.
making things, and for me at least, it suggests that a better system is needed. But what that system is, I have no idea, and most of the artists affected don't either. I'm not saying make everything
No one
Creative
really.
Commons,
Only
nor am I saying
Panda
people shouldn't
uses
be
it.
paid for their work. What I am saying is
I used to have a couple
there's
friends who
absolutely
paid,
no
who
reason
gave me
why
some
the
money on
earliest
Patreon,
start
but
date that someone can
their
make a
cards
Star
have
Wars
declined
game is
at
the
some
year
point, and they just never
2093.
renewed it. So,
I don't know what to do
and I don't want to
make
bring
this
it up
right, but I
with
do
them.
know
So
what we have is wrong.
What I would do is, I think that companies should still have ownership of their craftsmanship. The law needs to be adapted in a way where the mechanical license is easier to secure. Creating an easier way to acquire mechanical licenses and realistically adjusting the prices depending on the production. If somebody like went through the effort with something that I made and went through and really put in like a heartfelt effort to like, you know, try to make something new out of it, I'd be like, oh, hey, that's cool. It also advances your brand because what if that thing gets popular?
Yeah.
Now, you know, now your
Exactly.
stuff is now part of the culture.
There is some truth to that. A lot of fan works get people interested in the official property. Some of the best fan films that have ever been created boasted big budgets and were watched online by millions of people, generating arguably hours of entertainment and indirect benefits to the trademark owners. I mean, there is a solid case to be made that fan art may not actually result in lost revenue. In some cases, it might increase
not at all.
it. It's
Exactly.
a weird situation. Some trademark holders freely allow community and fan creations, even commercial products.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
But others have locked their properties down tight. Should there be more consistency codified into law? Should it simply be up to the original creator to make that determination? And how long is long enough to wait before a character or fictional work enters the public domain? What do you think? If your favorite franchise suddenly granted you a free license for derivative works, what would you make? Are you looking to put a project online? Check out this video's sponsor.
Yeah, no, I do honestly think that the lore needs to be twisted, to be shifted. I mean, it needs to be updated because it's out of date. Personally, I think that not even necessarily that it needs to change. It's just people's perception of it needs to change, because it's all about the way I see it is that it's not even most of that like copyright law. It requires, it's not just inherently illegal. Like the Legal Eagle came on and said like it's just illegal. It's illegal. That's the end of it. It's not innately illegal. For it to become illegal, the party that is being violated needs to bring it to the court of law. So that's why so much fan art exists and nothing's done about it, is no one can be bothered filing lawsuits and going through the law systems unless, of course, you're Nintendo and it's a fan game that's becomes quite popular. They'll follow it up, or you know, like one of those big productions. Yeah. So all I think really needs to happen is the studios, there needs to be more understanding put around those big companies that there are other options, basically. I will say the DLC where it shows the family first turning, Marguerite looked the most crazy. Yes. I think that might be the part that I was like making the comments, how I was like, damn, she really throws, the actress who plays Marguerite really throws herself at that character. It's so impressive to me. Not a big fan of the gameplay I see for RE1, but I'll probably try it sometime. Well, RE1's more like the original games. RE1, the remake, they kept it very faithful to the original games, whereas RE2, they changed it to be more like RE4. So if you wanted to play RE2 remake and RE3 remake, RE4 is like it's the oldest one in the franchise with a modern control scheme. And RE2 and 3, the remakes, follow that same sort of style of control scheme and all that. We've actually seen this before. We've actually had this posted literally on the reaction Reddit before. But I like I've been binging Philip's
Imagine the same
videos
over and
recently.
over again for what seems like an eternity.
I like the way he talks.
You do it, and yet it doesn't feel right. It feels incomplete. So you do it again, or you forget you just did it and have to repeat it anyway, slightly more frustrated than before. This is the Tetris effect. It typically happens when you've repeated something over and over again in the day, and your mind continues to do so when you're trying to sleep.
How is he doing this?
I've had it with a
stuff on the door. It doesn't look like it's.
I've had it with Unreal Tournament Deathmatch.
I don't see
I've
the
even
moment
had it where
where
I
it
dream I
flips.
released a video to YouTube that I didn't want to, and repeatedly imagined having to make it private again, even though nothing had actually happened in real life. It's infuriating.
I'm trying to watch for the
5-second ad
cut
plays over and
in the
over
loop.
again, but you're
I
not
can't
awake
see it.
enough
Oh
to
no, I
force
do
yourself
see
to
it.
Think about something else. Sometimes it goes
You can
further.
see it on this one.
Occasionally, I wake up from it, walk about
Boom.
for a bit, and promise myself that I'm going to stop thinking about it when I go back to bed,
Boom.
only to continue thinking about it once I'm lying down again. It makes you feel useless, even helpless, being unable to govern your own thoughts. I'd understand it if the thought was about something important or troubling my mind the rest of the time.
If I
but
didn't
it
have to
never
learn
is.
Japanese,
The
Capcom would be
Tetris
a dream
effect
job,
doesn't
not gonna
happen
lie,
to me too
yeah.
frequently, but it's the only reason I've ever found to justify having a
I
quiet
know you start to
hour or
hate that
so before
DLC,
going to
Rory,
bed,
every time you got
just like Mum always said to. Not
close
that
to
it
the stairs,
helps.
she kept
I
going
still
to you
repeat
like
the
she
dream
knew
that
you
my
were there.
girlfriend was the set of the
Yeah, that was very
couch in a
frustrating.
tent while out in the middle of nowhere. You'll see a trend with these experiences of mine. It's not the sleeping that's the problem. It's just
return no
getting there and
results.
waking
Ah.
up again. The difficulties
I used to
of being
delete
half
videos.
awake.
Oh,
Yet
yes,
not
we did
enough
used to
be
do
able to
that.
make sense of it. My dad told me.
Yeah, because what used to be, I think we used to delete entries, but then what we started doing is I started doing that watched. I used the watched flare, and so yeah, this was probably posted back when we were still deleting videos from the Reddit.
About out-of-body experiences when I was a child and how you could achieve it by concentrating enough when lying in bed at night. Imagining
Yeah,
a
that
rope
one
that you
tiny
could use
flaw
to
with the loop
climb
was
out
so
of your
sad,
body.
lol. it was so
Of course, I was
perfect,
fascinated with
otherwise.
the idea, and since I spent so long awake, just lying in bed, I would often give it a go. I mean, I never achieved it, not from trying.
Oh, RE7's narrative design was American. I didn't know that, actually.
Cool, that you're free to try tonight with absolutely no effort whatsoever. In fact, it helps if you don't do anything, because the trick is to lie completely still. And I mean completely still. Your body actually doesn't like that. It'll give you an itch somewhere, and you'll wish that you could move to scratch it. But you can't. You just have to try and ignore it and carry on. You'll begin to notice every crease in the bed, every toe that touches another, any muscles you may accidentally be using to stop your head from rolling off the pillow. You have to relax completely. It should only take 5 to 10 minutes before your body suddenly switches off. It's a pretty cool feeling. It's almost as if you're hovering in the middle of nowhere, unable to feel the bed around you. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing spiritual or even to do with sleep. Your body has just simply gone into a computery sort of sleep mode, having received no sensory updates from the world or yourself for a while. And you'll suddenly find that you can't move. Just kidding. You'll be able to move whenever you like, which will return you instantly to your normal, boring self with a slight jolt as your muscles kick into action again. But the plus side is that for a few minutes your body feels like it does when you first wake up in the morning, where it's nice to roll about and stuff. Makes sense, I guess, since in both situations your body's been still for a period of time.
You originally
Honestly,
didn't give a shit
I
about
don't believe
RE8, now you're binge watching the
ghosts
trailers.
or religions. I'd
I'm trying to
like
avoid
I'd
watching
love to
the
believe that we're
trailers
part
and
of
stuff.
something greater and more
I watched
meaningful.
one trailer,
I just haven't ever found the proof
and I'm
need
like,
to believe it.
I don't want to watch
And
anything
think it's
else.
doing a
I want
huge
it to be all
disservice to our world
fresh
and give the
when I
credit for
play it.
anything fantastic
I'm
and
genuinely quite
supernatural.
excited.
In the last sleep video I did, I said how I could see the coach I was sitting in, even when my eyes were closed. I don't think it's any huge stretch to think that out-of-body experiences are anything but an extension of that, especially when they're usually done, not just when sleeping, but when drugged during an operation, or when your brain's releasing a load of chemicals when it thinks it's dying. I'm saying these things now because you need to know this about me. I have no agendas I'm trying to push with these videos, other than to try and document and to share the strange things that have happened to me in a sleepy state. So far, I've covered things that you might have also experienced yourself, but now I'm going to cover the things that most people haven't. I often hear music or voices when lying in bed, almost like a distant radio. It's not scary. In fact, it's a reassuring sound, because when this starts,
Well, I
know
appreciate
that
that,
sleep
Matty.
is finally approaching, often after
Yeah.
hours of just lying there.
I
can best describe it like this.
I think
Imagine
I'd
a
seen
song playing in your head.
I'd also, like, when it came to Resident Evil 7, I'd only seen small bits of it. I went in mostly blind. I'd only seen, like, a couple of random little clips and stuff like that of the game. Because I knew when it came out, I was like, I've got to play this. I've got to play this myself.
You can hear it, even though you can't. But now imagine that this happens without you having to think of it, and with songs that don't exist, but that you still consider music. It's like your subconscious is putting on a radio station for you. Your subconscious. I've talked about this thing before. The thing that's responsible for the bits of
You had a
dreams
weird
that you can't
Jack
control.
glitch.
And now here
Josie.
it is, creeping into my awake state.
Weird.
It's not scary. I never think of it as an evil entity that I want out of my head. It goes further than just a radio station, though. When I'm really desperate for sleep, I sometimes think up a load of abstract images and scenes to try and
We'll
form
watch
my
it.
body into
I
starting
probably
it as a
won't get to the
dream
very
real.
top.
It doesn't work.
So
It's a pretty silly thing to try. But do this when your body's radio is playing and it's like you're given a hand. Less effort is required to think it up and to maintain it, as though your imagination is suddenly boosted by something else. Obviously, the other thing being your subconscious.
So if it's near the top, if Lady Dimitrescu is near the top, then I'll leave it for next time.
Helps them in some way. I don't know. So this subconscious character, He seems like a pretty cool guy.
During
the sort you wouldn't
operation.
mind as your flatmate. Perhaps invite him around for a LAN party occasionally. He and I have a strange, fleeting friendship that lasts
Sort of
just
a
those
nightmare that
couple of
Jack
minutes
came into
before
the
I fall
safe room.
asleep sometimes. It's never unpleasant. It's just a nice bit of company. A moment where I feel there's more going on than what I'm just doing myself. Somehow I don't think I'm ever going to get to know him better than that. But I did have a strange and similar encounter as a child. I was ill at the time. Nothing serious, but I did go to sleep in the middle of the day, which was unusual. Whilst in bed I had a vivid, feverish dream. I think I was playing a game of some sort on my bedroom wall, sort of like Pong, only instead of a ball there were millions of triangles that I had to knock over like dominoes to generate an exhilarating rushing feeling. It didn't make sense, although it did at the time. I was ill, okay? But it doesn't matter. What does is that I wasn't alone in this experience. I was playing it with somebody. It didn't dawn on me how strange it was at the time. It wasn't like your typical dream filled with NPCs. This person, I didn't see. I only felt that he was there, playing this game with me, and I felt so connected with him. It was comfortable, like being with an old friend. It's this feeling that has stuck with me, whether it's an elaborate dream or a glitch with my subconscious. I don't care. I just find it reassuring that I may encounter it again when I'm feverish or delirious, perhaps on my deathbed, looking for some sort of reassurance before the end. I'm struggling to talk about these things. I wouldn't have a problem
Josie, I've
talking
actually already
about them
seen
in
it.
conversation in real life. But on the internet,
I believe
thousands of
I
strangers.
believe. Am I
I'm not gonna
subscribed
lie,
to you? I think
feel
that's
like I'm
why.
being judged. I know that I myself would be quick to
I gave
judge
you a
somebody
like.
who talks about these things. The content of this video is straying dangerously close to what you typically find on those weird spiritual sites, probably using that classic 90s webpage style. I'm not religious. I'm not under the influence of drugs when experiencing these things. And I don't think that I'm mentally ill. I just want to put out there that there is something interesting to explore in this half-awake state. Something unknown and mysterious. And that can still put me in a state of wonder and awe. And I don't need DMT to get me there. Just a crappy sleep cycle. But it's not over yet, for I've saved my most unbelievable and terrifying encounters with sleep to last, which I will be covering in a third video.
I was gonna hit the like so that I remember that it's that I've seen it before. All right, Minecraft, but it's in Minecraft. Ah, I see.
Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting a title like that on this channel. Hello everybody and welcome back to another video. And yeah, we're diving into the world of Minecraft today. Specifically,
Sound like
we're
Portal
going to
1
be doing a
music.
follow-up to
This
this
is Dad's
video
music.
I made back
Oh.
in September of 2020, where I showcased a
extremely
Minecraft mod
nostalgic.
called MCVM Computers. It's a very unique mod that allows you to build a computer within Minecraft using virtual parts. All the parts you would use to build a computer in the real world. You've got CPUs, RAM, motherboards, hard drives, GPUs. Yeah, at least you can get a GPU from somewhere these days. And you can actually install an operating system on it. This is done
Oh my
through
God.
a virtual machine that runs via VirtualBox on your computer in a headless state, which essentially means that it's running in the background.
Yeah.
The mod is able to display the virtual machine's output in the game and allow you
It's
to
very
interact with
interesting.
it. It's a very, very cool mod to say the least, and if you want to learn more about it, you can click here to check out the original video. But today we're going to be trying an experiment that was heavily requested on that video and is something that I honestly thought of myself too, and that is, can we install Minecraft in this virtual machine
Might be getting a
and then
CS:GO
play
music
it
kit soon.
within
Oh.
Minecraft? In theory, it should work, but if you're a subscriber, you know all the problems we seem to get into whenever I press record. So let's put
Finishing.
it to the test
I was like,
and
fishing?
find out. I've got a copy of Windows 10 64-bit installed
Ah,
in the
nice,
virtual
nice.
machine here, as you can see. But
Hopefully
before
see some
we
screenshots.
take a look at trying to install Minecraft on it, let's go over the hardware that I've installed in the virtual
Okay,
computer.
well, I'm
So,
just gonna skip ahead.
normally, I'm expecting it to be just extremely doable. I mean, it still is like way out of whack. I mean, like, I'm moving to the left right now and it wants to pan down, and oh my gosh, this is not. Now you want to see? Okay, let's just switch to Minecraft here. Okay, so now we're in Minecraft. We're gonna get into the VM, and honestly, it's actually about the
Oh my God.
Oh no. Okay, let's just try to. This is just one of those experiments that's just so dumb. There's literally no point in doing this other than just the absolute absurdity of now saying that I'm playing Minecraft within Minecraft. So let's just do some crafting here. So we're gonna try. Oh my gosh, yeah, look at the cursor there. Like those mouse trails you can set up within Windows, like following the mouse around. Okay, gonna get a bunch of wood planks. We're gonna make a oh gosh, it's so jittery. Okay, so we'll set that here. We'll grab our crafting table. I'm trying to scroll to get to the crafting table in the inventory. So when I'm in the VM here, I'm trying to scroll through the inventory and it's not working. But we can just use the number 9 to switch over to the 9th slot. There we go. And let's just make a wooden sword. Oh boy. Okay, so we got to make some sticks here. Okay.
Oh,
and we're gonna
Restaurant,
grab those and put
welcome
them
back.
right here. And okay, let's make let's use all the wood we've got to make 4 wooden swords. Boom, there we go. Oh, isn't that beautiful now? All right, so I think that's enough of
send you a
that.
message on
Do you
Twitter
guys
for
want to
later.
see
Yeah.
me trying to go into a multiplayer
Cool,
server? Oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be hilarious. So okay, we'll go.
Oh my god.
Go to multiplayer here. Oh, you want to do some?
Wait, could you join if you were playing in multiplayer? Could you join your own game through the virtual machine?
Parkour? Oh, this will be hilarious. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. I think I can make this first jump. Let's see if we can at least do that. And I get stuck in here because there's the. Oh my gosh, this is terrible. I can't do this. Okay.
Well, it's bank
Let's
holiday.
try to
Ah,
get up
nice.
here. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, we're gonna hop up here. No. Okay, hop. No. Oh, I think I've got auto jump. This guy's probably wondering what on earth is this guy doing? Why is he having so much trouble? Okay. Yeah, we made the. Oh no! Oh my god! I'm gonna make this first jump. I'm freaking determined to do it. Okay. Okay. Can we do it? Can we do it? We did it! Oh, beautiful. And then I just got off. We're gonna count that because I was able to jump up on it, but just then I ended up walking off of it.
Yeah, he keeps overcorrecting to try and stop himself falling off, but then falls off backwards. An update to the Me and My Friends Mystery, Lost Media. Oh. Oh my god. It's doing this again. Fish? Damn, I should have said that earlier. I see.
Before we start off this video, I just wanted to thank everyone involved with the search
'Cause
team.
the fishing
This
thing?
includes both the members of the server and members of Lostcast. Without everyone who helped on this so far, we wouldn't have made the progress we're about to cover in this update. So, thank you all so much, and without further ado, let's begin.
Is it something to do with that Nintendo 64
Months
looking
ago, I covered a topic
penguin
that blew up in popularity, and I think that's
Mario
specifically
game?
for the growth of my channel. The topic was a pilot pitch called Me and My Friends, and it was a predecessor to the Backyardigans. Since my first video on the subject, it surprisingly led down a path that even I have trouble explaining. So, why don't you just sit back and relax, take out a coloring book because you deserve to have some cool fun, don't worry about all those school assignments because I know you can do them, and settle in because today we're... Oh boy, so we're going to go in chronological order because I'm going to have a stroke if we don't. I'm going to start this at the day I uploaded the video, which was actually one of the worst days of my life. I went to hang out with the Cruise sewer reviewer in downtown Dallas. See, that wouldn't have been a problem
Let's
had we
begin.
not gotten on the wrong
Something you
train
hate is when a
and ended up
YouTuber does says let's begin, then they do a
was there that
sponsor.
we got in trouble with a police officer, walked over
I
a mile to
see.
find a McDonald's, got on the
Yeah.
wrong bus, and didn't get home until around 9 p.m. But hey, my video had actually...
Is the stream? The stream's dying on my end. No, don't do this to me. Wait. I'll see if there are background things I can shut down to try and reduce it. Why? Why? Why YouTube? Why do you do this to me? I know my internet's fine. I've tested it multiple times. It's YouTube. Let's just see if that solves it. Fingers crossed. I just lowered the bitrate. Ugh. I don't like doing that because I can't change the frame rate of the video. And with a high frame rate, having a low bitrate's really bad. I thought that my Wi-Fi was dying since our Wi-Fi company called saying it might be off for a few days at some point. I see. Off for a few days. That's wild. I get mad when they say it's going to be out for a few hours. Yeah, but also, yeah, sorry about that, guys. My internet started dying.
Exploded with popularity, and people were talking about this topic again. It turns out that the last time anyone had talked about this up,
Oh my
and
God,
it messed up
please.
a bunch of other made through there. However, it was the group chat where most of the action happened. I'll try to keep everyone we contacted as anonymous because of something that actually happened. Due to the popularity of my video, one of the people I had mentioned in it had actually started getting more messages about it. I, in no capacity, and once again, we were stuck. Our small group consisted of 5 members when we started. It was me, L Supersonic Q, Ultra...
I will say, I suffer from, I struggle with conciseness with my videos as well. But it always frustrates me when I see that the video doesn't really properly start for multiple minutes.
Christ, King Mr. Harvey, and Rift. I'd give a list of everyone who was in the server, but there were around 20 people or so. Plus, I left it. Anyways, we hit a roadblock and we're just kind of chilling.
The
On the server,
Rorius
someone
Nightmare
suggested looking
DLC
at
seems a
the
lot
Backyard
like
Wiki
a
for
lot of
additional
fun.
leads. This turned out to be an amazing idea, as we were able to track down 2 people who worked on the
gameplay-based game modes aren't super
no
easy.
information about the pilot itself. They were able
Personally, Nightmare didn't appeal to me. I played it for a little bit, but I didn't really enjoy it. It was just basically like waves of enemies and you struggling to get ammo. There is like an end game state, I believe, in that mode, but I couldn't really get past a few for the first few waves just because of the way that it plays. I was just like, ugh. So I moved on.
to direct us to someone who had a bit of information. Through this lead is where the joke of the Uniqua Springlock incident of 1998 joke originated, as we found out that during the filming of the pilot, one of the animatronic heads broke, as the fiberglass inside one of the heads couldn't withstand all the...
Right. So you're saying, like,
Anyways,
because of the fact they're saying, like, it's going to be down for a few days, it's like, well, like, I should be able to get it for free then. Yeah, I get it.
while we were waiting for a response from that lead, something
I would
that
expect
was
something
happening. I was actually live streaming one night, and we were
for
discussing a
being
piece of
put out
news
like
media.
that.
A user by the name of JenPen had contacted me, informing me that they had...
I don't know what's going on. I didn't watch the original video, so I have no idea what's happening. Let's just move on. Alright, trusted... Oh... What is this? This is by Enderman. Wait, let's just check. I fucking knew it. I was like, hold up a second. Can. The Can I've been claimed by the Can multiple times. Just fucking hide that. Process blank, it has run as trusted blank plugin to what? It's hard to follow without the music. It's just... And sure enough, we can blank it, but what chicane are we in? Time to rant on Twitter and in chat. I bet it's designed to go with the music. And since I don't have the music, it's very strange. YouTube removed it for violating terms of service. Oh, wait, you need context for this. Enderman did a vid on something called Trusted User in Windows. It's, I'm also planning to upgrade our current Wi-Fi since it's not the best. Right. YouTube removed a violating terms of service. Oh, I see what you mean. So they he or she, they have made a video with that same premise, but all the offending content is blacked out, I'm assuming. Trusted user. Why did I read that as trusted user? I'm so confused. I'm weird. I'm so weird sometimes. I'm such a goober. That's not the word I was looking for. Yeah, Cat Dog submitted this, but there's no way you're gonna understand this without context. Yeah. Well then. Trusted installer, not trusted user. Oh, I see. Okay, yep. Video is no longer available. Yep, alright. Well then. Oh, we got another Philip video. I enjoy his videos a lot. Okay.
King map. I did. This is a great looking map, and it isn't even on Source. This is for the original Counter-Strike, based on the even older than Source Gold Source engine. This map was made by CD, and with upscaled textures on the props done by Chanets, and it was released to commemorate the 20th anniversary of Dust 2, and it's spectacular. There are 2 versions of this map. The title ending SE is your standard Dust 2 layout, but the other one extends it in all directions. Let me give you an example.
God. My chair won't sit in the comfortable
Visually,
position.
I think it's more appealing than even the official Source-based versions of the map have been. It really pushes the engine as far as it can go. It appears to have a 3D skybox around the edges. This part is inaccessible, but it enables the map to portray expansive views of an impressive scale. I love the light glint on the domes at B. At first I thought it was a sprite cleverly hidden inside the dome itself, but it seems instead to be some kind of reflective layer, wrapped closely around the outside of these domes to mimic sun flare. Gold Source didn't even have cube maps, merely a primitive 2D chrome effect, so I have no idea how he's managed to make such effective looking reflections here. The illusion only breaks if you stand here and then turn your head around, causing it to dance all over the structure. But it's an impressive trick that caught my eye the moment I set eyes upon it. A similar trick has been used on this leaking oil just here. The game let you apply a 2D image to a 3D model, and it gave it a reflective effect. It was used on the ninjas and on the metal bits of creatures in Half-Life 1, but this is the first time I've seen it used elsewhere, and for different kinds of effects. It's impressive trickery, given the constraints of the game engine. And there's an impressive level of detail on the items scattered about the level. This destroyed tank here looks great. So does this car at Long A, which has 3D details which exceed the sort of quality I've come to expect from the game. The texture work is equally impressive, and I wonder if this number plate is a reference to anything in particular. He has baked the shadows of things into the level, since the original game didn't have support for the same real-time lighting that CSGO has. And there's this fireplace in B tunnels, and it has pieces taken out of the surrounding walls. This level of detail is better than some of the stuff seen in Counter-Strike Source. Imagine if this map had come out in 2001. It's advised over on the Game Banana page that this map requires a whopping 128 megabytes of RAM to run. It's like a weird dream, isn't it? A new version of Dust 2, but for an old game, and with seemingly limitless places to explore. If any map deserves to be the definitive version of Dust 2 but with a year stable to the end, it's this one. There are some really neat details, like water that you can jump in to soften your fall. Or these canopies, which look like they'd soften your fall, only to tear and to let the ground break it for you instead. I'm not sure if this was intended or not, I suspect it was, but an old cave can be found at the top of Middle, which Dust 2 used to have back before release. This area served as one of the bomb sites. The balconies and walkways above add something really convincing to this map. I feel like most places in Counter-Strike feel like corridors, disguised to look like places. But this map feels so extensive in every direction, especially with so much going on above your head, that it reaches that next level of immersion. In case you wondered why it's Dust 2 2020 and not Dust 2 2021, versions have been coming out since about 9 months ago, but he has impressively managed to stick to his goal of releasing the finalised version exactly 20 years after the original came out on March the 13th, 2001. And it remains faithful to the original by having a tribute to Nothing, a mapper for Counter-Strike who produced Siege and Docks. He died back in the year 2000, but he lives on thanks to his brother who maintained his maps for the game, and through other mappers who have kept his name in maps such as Aztec, Dust 2, and now Dust 2 2020. CD promises that the next Dust 2 remake will be released in the year 2050. Download Dust 2 2020 for Half-Life or Counter-Strike using the links in this video's description.
Oh. I paused it right as it exploded. Well, I was going to say, so your trusted installer allows you to do anything with your system, right? I still can't believe Philip got into drama for literally being too nice. He did? I'm not familiar with the drama. I don't think I'm subscribed to all of his channels. I think I'm subscribed to his normal, his default channel, his original channel. But his other channel's videos just get recommended to me all the time. And I've been binging the shit out of his videos. I'm not familiar with the drama. That's really funny. You got the drama for being too nice. When I get the CSGO SDK, I plan to recreate TF2 maps with it. Oh. Okay. Bruh, I hate when I have to keep shifting my chair. Stupid ergonomics. Yeah, my chair. It's weird because when I first got this chair, like I was like, oh my god, this chair's great, and ever since, like, slowly over time, the chair has become less. It's become more and more like my old chair. I swear to God, whatever something to do with the way my spine is lined up. I morph chairs as I sleep, as I sit on them. They favor leaning one way or another. Yeah, racing chairs have that effect. Yeah, I swear I something to do with the way I sit in them, or something to do with the way the mechanisms are in the chair. Like, I morph the chair and it slowly leans more to one side than the other, and then you know, it becomes less and less comfortable over time. It's very frustrating. Anyway, kind of copyright warning, but this is just amazing. Oh, copyright warning. It's yes. I see. My I can see it with the mouth movements. What the frick? It's so weird that we've developed this technology that we can make still images animate like they're alive. There we go. Science. Like people from the 1800s singing this shit. Rorius the chair shaper. It's me going, my I can't remember. What's this? Please stop subscribing.
Hey everybody, I just want to show you something.
Total estimated earnings is 1 cent. Subscribers too many. You just gone and like changed it all.
Quickly, actually. So recently I made a couple of Half-Life 2 videos. They're pretty popular compared to my other stuff. The problem is it sends me an email every time you subscribe. Now that's great, but I have a scenario for you. If I have an email there that I want to read,
it does not do
how am I
that
supposed
nowadays.
to do that?
If that actually used to happen, it does not happen these days. I don't get an email every time I subscribe. I have to go onto my dashboard to see subscribers. Sorry.
Methods for
It wasn't-
storing information.
It wasn't so much his lips. It was more his like upper lip. It was like it was like if I moved my mustache. It was like up here. It was up the top here. I look weird without a mustache. If I move my mustache out of the way. It was in the skin part between the lips and this part of the mustache. YouTube has a red light next to live for me. But the thing is, Max, is that it'll often stay red and say that it's live, but it will do that even if you're within like a certain distance from actual live. If you, it does vary for different people. It does vary, but and the chat on the stream is delayed as well. The time when stuff pops up here is different from when it pops up in my own, like in almost every place. The stream chat is like so desynchronized because like I often like donations come up on my screen before they come up in my actual chat. See, like I can see on the chat it says 14 now, lol. It only just came up now. It shows they're very desynchronized. You can't use them for timing. Even when I post something, like when I post something, I posted it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my god, 11. There, it took 11 seconds for my own chat that I posted to pop up above my head. Thank you, Tiana, for free money. Chat itself is delayed. That's the thing, is that it's not that it's actually not that it's delayed. It shows up immediately on this chat, but on this chat it takes extra time. See, and Tiana's thing came through, and now only just now the message comes through on here. The free money, and then sometimes it pops up here, and then it takes like another 5 seconds to pop up over here, which is where I read the chat. You can't use the chat as an example. All you could do really is, if you're in the stream, you could say something and then listen to the stream and see how long it takes for it to come back to you. That's the only way you can really see the true delay. Yeah, it took about the same amount of time for the message to appear in my client as it did on the stream. I guess it goes through some sort of vetting process. Yeah, I think it's just to do with the way that YouTube like grabs information and then posts that out as live. It's the same reason why in my dashboard a video will have a certain number of views. When I go to my channel, it'll have a different number of views. When I go check it in, like, if I go into the video and check the video itself in the analytics, it'll have a different set of views. The way that YouTube works, it just tries to be as accurate as possible, but it's all desynchronized. So one person will see that a video has 1 like, and then another person will see that it has 4 likes, and it's like, well, why is there a discrepancy? And it's like, they could be looking at it at the exact same time, refresh it at the exact same time, but they'll get different data, and it's because you're pulling from different servers of Google, and Google tries to synchronize them all periodically, but for periods of time they're desynchronized. Yeah. It's just a complicated beast. So yeah. I know that's how like packets of data that are sent via the internet, they work similarly, where there's a lot of like error correction, and there's like data that's added to the ends of packets and stuff to help with interpreting any sort of losses in the signals being sent. But once again, I have no fucking idea how they work. Anyway, let's move on. Bean destroys my career. Oh.
Now let's make a player. Let's call him Bean. Not gonna lie, Mr. Bean out here looking kinda thick, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, Mr. Bean, stand still if Danny has big PP. What the
I see. This is a Danny clips. I've seen that user. I've seen that creator before. Was that actually, I'm gonna open it up again. Was that Unreal? Or no, this is Unity. What? I've not seen this prototype texture before. Maybe that's just something they've got themselves. Yeah, okay, yeah, there's like Gridbox prototype materials. Ah, okay. Because for a brief second I was like, I thought it was Unity, and then I was like, wait, was it not Unity? Was it Unreal? Do the beat boops, it's for science. The beat boops. Wait. Not sure why my YouTube does it, but I ain't complaining. Yeah. I did now because my YouTube gives Rory 2 likes for whatever reason. I mean, if that is the case, I appreciate it. Can I just do some beep boops? Beep boop boop beep beep boop. Capsule's my favorite character. It's needed for the Friday Night Funkin'. When I see if and if, I saw someone on Discord do this as well. When I see if and if, I immediately think FNAF. Friday Night Funkin'.
Okay, Christian, here's the deal. We gotta hit the
I
ball.
swore because of this Roblox game.
A little star at the end. It seems pretty easy, but it's actually not at all. It makes me want to.
Is this like the section like Super Mario Galaxy where this ball just never worked the intended way?
You'll find.
Oh, it is. It is.
Move, Christian. This is why I can't trust women. So me and my friend Christian were bored the other night, and we found this Roblox game called Ball Rolling Challenge, which the objective is to just roll the ball into the
Someone just have a timestamp.
Star. I'm not kidding when I'm saying this. Okay.
Jesus. Let's go look at timestamps.
Good. Nice. Stop. I got it. Stay out of the way. This is like some coordinated project. Go to the end. I got this. Just go to the end. I'm like, off and falling. Okay, so you can't actually walk across that.
Are you serious? You have to walk on top of the hole? Wait, no, I think you need to land it in the hole. This is how it works in a Super Mario Galaxy level. You have to land it in the hole to fit into it, because it perfectly fits it to get the star.
So move.
So we gotta be on top of it.
Do we?
Most internet stuff is error detection rather than correction.
Fall, Christian.
Christian? Use the modulus
Okay,
remainder. Right, yeah.
Wait, we can't get over it.
Yeah, that's.
No, we can't get over.
I think that's what my.
We did have to be on top of it. Are you kidding me? We had to be on top of it to get the.
Wait, is it there? It's there.
No, but we can't get across because we don't have the ball, and that knocks it. Oh my god! I'm gonna. I'm literally going to punt a child.
2,000 years later.
I'm gonna cry.
I often forget how networking was not my strong suit at university, so I often forget how it's how the packets and shit work.
Yes!
I thought he was gonna jump in the hole.
Get the star. Wait.
Do you see what's happening?
No.
Uh-oh.
What?
I went to challenge 2.
No.
There's another game.
Are you serious? I'm stuck here, Dave.
It's like a skateboarding game, and it doesn't even work.
Oh my god. It's a different game entirely?
Yeah, it's challenge 2. Oh, it's like a slide game. You only have 60 seconds to complete it. Oh, God,
I love this Mario song.
I died.
Oh my
Please
god.
don't tell me it sends me back to the beginning.
Where did you find this?
I don't know.
Like, who made this game? I didn't know Roblox could be this hard.
Oh my god, I'm going to actually punt a literal child. This is it. I am going to lose my turn is the problem. I don't have enough health to do this. I am going to shoot a f***ing leg. Oh my f***ing god. Are you serious? That was the closest I've ever gotten. That was the closest I've ever gotten.
Okay, so he's gonna punch his audience.
That was the closest I've ever gotten.
What could have been worse is that...
Thanks for watching my stupid video. I don't do gameplays that often, but I was playing Roblox for once with my friend and felt like recording it. If you want to try this game out for yourself, you can in the description. It's a game
getting super angry about Roblox. Dear. Anyway, what was that he made? 98 versus 48 terabytes.
Hello,
it's
everybody,
no way I can handle
welcome
that.
Back to another video. Now, in today's episode, we're going to be talking all about network-attached storage.
Oh.
So, a company by the name of Asustor got in contact with me a while ago because, as it turns out, someone who works there actually watches this channel. They're a viewer of the channel, which I thought was really awesome, and they offered to send out their Locker Store 4 NAS for me to do a video on, but this is not going to be a traditional review video. You guys know, if you're a subscriber to this channel, that I do all sorts of tech experiments here, usually involving old computers and hardware, and sometimes we try to make old technology work with new technology. We've done that pretty frequently on this channel, actually. And the folks over at Asustor know this, and that's why they sent this to me
Mario Galaxy
for the
is
express
suffering.
purpose of me making a video trying to get
Mario
this
slide
thing
music's
working
great. I love it.
with
I love it.
the
I don't know
Windows
why.
98
I just love it.
PC. Yeah, we're going to be trying to set this thing up so we can access it from Windows 98, which I think is a perfect subject for
That's
an
a ban
MJD
for this
video.
channel.
So,
yeah.
Huge thanks to Asustor for being so generous and willing to send this out to me. So when you hear the name Asustor, you probably think of Asus, or Asus, however you want to pronounce it. And there's good reason for that, because Asus
I had to take 2 networking
invested
classes,
in
so
this company, and
I did
that is,
too.
believe, how they got
For uni, I had to
started.
take 2 different
So
networking
the name
papers.
Asus Tor is a combination of the word Asus and the
Or
word...
did I? No, I didn't have to take 2. I took one of them, and then there was another one that came up later, and I was like, nope. I avoided that paper. Because that first networking paper, I have to be honest, when it came to one of the final assignments, for most of the assignments I was doing them okay, but for the final assignment in my networking paper, I was completely lost. I had no idea what I was doing, and a friend of mine basically just like... I didn't literally copy-paste their answers, but they basically walked me through every step. And I was like, oh. My friend was just he already knew networking. He was already like an expert in that area. He already had a job where he worked in like networking stuff, so he already knew. So he just like walked me through it. Basically did the assignment for me. I was terrible at networking.
Storage, and they kind of put those 2 words together and you get Asus Tor. And you can probably tell from the name that they focus primarily on storage solutions, so they make a lot of network attached storage devices. This specific one here has a quad-core
Bring it back in Galaxy 2.
4
Why?
gigabytes of RAM, which you can upgrade to 8 gigabytes
Motion
if
control's
you
the
want, and it runs
best.
a Linux-based operating system called Asus Tor
So
Data
games and
Master,
cursed
or
ball
ADM.
mechanics.
And it's got this really cool
Network
app
programming is why my
store-like
Discord status
interface called
exists.
App Central that has
I
just
see.
a ton of software in it, because there's a lot you can do with this thing. You can use it as a file server, which is what we're going to be
I'll
doing
have to
in this
check what it
video.
is.
You
What
can
your
use it
network
as a
status, what your
backup
Discord
solution,
status.
even in conjunction with cloud backup services. You could even use it as a Plex media server if you want, and that's one of the
Alright,
applications.
this is a long
in the
advert.
app. Look at the operating system on it, but you're not really going to be able to use it to store anything without any hard drive. So I actually didn't have any NAS hard drives, or just any hard drives I could use with this at all. So Asus Tor got in touch with Seagate, and Seagate offered to send out not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 12-terabyte Iron Wolf NAS hard drives in what is probably the most bizarre video that they've ever contributed to, because normally hard drive manufacturers like Seagate will send out hard drives to YouTubers to do build guides with, or to do something with modern hardware, which this is with modern hardware. We are going to be putting these things in this NAS, but we're going to be using the thing with Windows 98 just for the fun of it, which is a common theme with these videos, but like it's not your typical use case for 48 terabytes worth of storage.
Yeah.
So huge thanks to Seagate and Asus Tor for being so willing to send all this stuff out to me. I really, really appreciate it. And guys, if by the end of this video you're interested in buying...
Oh my god. Alright, get on with it.
I just ended up doing it from the NAS itself because it was the most convenient, but when you do it this way, it sets up, if you have 3 or more hard drives installed, it will set those drives up in a RAID 5 configuration, which is what it did here since I have 4 drives, which is totally fine by me. If you have 2 hard drives, it will set them up in a RAID 1 configuration. What we're looking at right now is the web portal itself. It's a very straightforward interface. You've got a couple of app icons here, and yeah, so the first thing I want to show you is the App Central. So this is that kind of app store that I was talking about. And you've got, like I said, a plethora of applications in here. You've got Plex Media Server, Iron Wolf Health Management, which is useful since the drive, if they happen to
not entirely
be,
familiar
you
with
have to
NAS
change them.
systems.
But if you're using this NAS with more modern systems, as you typically would be, I would recommend changing this to SMB2, because SMB1 has been proven to be insecure. So we're going to hit apply, even though no settings were changed, and now we're going to head on over to the $5 Windows 98 PC and get everything set up from there. Now, before we could get everything up and running, I had to install a patch via the Windows 98 Unofficial Service Pack 3. Now, this is a pretty interesting collection of tweaks and patches for Windows 98. It's even got things like Tweak UI in here. And it could be something that we could cover in a future video, so be sure to let me know if you guys want
I never
to see
had
that.
Windows 98.
But yeah, there's one patch in here that we had to apply.
I went from
to
an
the
Apple,
system for everything here,
like
to
an
work
old
properly. Without
Apple
it,
from the
I wasn't able to
90s.
get anything to work. So I'll have a demo link to this
straight
down
to an
below if
XP.
you'd like to go and check it out if you happen to be doing this yourself. But Once we installed this, it was just a quick restart, and
Rorius,
we
I've
were
ruined the
back in
lives of so
business.
many I can't be
Alright,
expected
so
to remember
we've
them
logged
all.
back into the 98 PC, and we've got that patch installed. But as you're going to see,
It's a lot of space. It is
here,
48
we're still not
terabytes.
going to be able to access the NAS
I want
just
that.
yet. So I'm going to run
I want
here,
a
and I've got
hard drive that
this
has
is
that
the
much space.
NAS's IP address here, 10.50.227.133. And let's say
Yeah, it would be
folder I want
wise for me to
access
have
is called
redundancy
home.
stuff, like
So we're going to press enter.
have a proper
and it'll
RAID
come
set
up
up.
and ask you for a
But I
password.
don't. I have
Now, what's
singular
interesting
storage
is
for everything.
There isn't really. I mean, there's a username and password for the NAS, but even if you
He's
try
a
to type
being
in
thinks of
that
Mario, right?
password in here, which in this case is admin, which is just.
I see why. I see why you
the
think that.
default username and password, by the way, is admin.
So close to 20
Admin,
likes.
you
It
can
is
type
pretty
that
close.
in and
It says
it's
18
not
on my
going
end,
to connect. It'll say an
which means it's
extended
probably
error has
19.
occurred. Now, the reason for this is under Windows 98, you have to log in with the same username and password as the NAS. Enter your network password for Microsoft Networking. If we type in the username and password for the NAS into here, so admin, and press enter, it'll log us in and bring us back to the Windows 98 desktop.
Was the Apple
It
good?
shows momentarily here. And now, if we go to run
Which
and
Apple?
type in that same
I
IP
forget.
address, and we'll even add /home and press enter, we'll be able to access it just fine. Now, you
Oh,
could
the Apple,
use
as in, I had an Apple before we got Windows XP. I had an old Apple from the 90s. Just a fucking rotten, shriveled Apple. No, that Apple was good. It was a good Apple. I remember playing games on it, and I've come to like look those games up in the future, like in modern times, to like reminisce of the like the old games that we used to have on that device.
any account. So like I actually created another user account on the NAS. I could use that to log in as well. In fact, I just did that off camera and it works totally fine. But you have to use the same username and password that you would use to log into the NAS's web portal. But here we are, and you can see that I've got two folders here. We've got updates, tools, and drivers, and Windows. And these two files over here, I believe, pertain to the system
Just hits
update
people with the rotten apple
that I
to
did
get their
when
internet.
NAS turned on for the first
And knock
time.
people
It
out
asked
with
me
the
to,
shriveled like
new
core of the
operating
apple.
system version available, so I had it update, and that's what these files.
The mandarins have
most
remained
likely
untouched.
relate
I actually
to.
have two
They could probably
mandarins.
be deleted, but I'll
The
just
mandarins
leave it
have
for
remained
now.
untouched. These are
But yeah, I've
huge
got these
mandarins,
two
by the
folders
way.
here that I copied over
Huge.
from my main computer. Updates, tools, and drivers just contains updates, tools, and drivers. So I've got all sorts of stuff in here, and you can see most of these files are .iso files and .zip files. So we're not going to be able to open those with Windows 98 here, but at least right now. But I've got all
Two
sorts
mandarins.
of stuff in here that I've just over the years, and I use occasionally in videos. I've got a lot of stuff for virtual machines, like certain update packages. And I've got like Windows 7 Service Pack 1 here. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff.
The games from
in here,
the
and
days
that's
of
one
Windows
the things
95.
that this NAS
Well,
could really
the games I'm thinking of are I don't know what Apple we had before, what Macintosh computer we had before our XP, but it was an old one from the early 90s. So it would have been from like 94 or 93. Because it was originally. It was an early 90s Apple that was used at my mum's school, and then when they were upgrading to newer computers, they were like giving them out for free. They're like old PCs that they had, old Macs that they had. So we got an old like hand-me-down computer from my mum's school, and it was there was old games like I think one of the games that we had a Bejeweled game that came on it, but we had a game called Spin Doctor, and Spin Doctor was a really interesting and fun game. I've not been able to see like a proper, like a free. I've not been able to acquire for free the original Spin Doctor game. That was really cool. There was also weird ass games for kids, because we were we were young kids, my brother and I, at the time. There was like this weird burger game where you had to squeeze mustard. And it was basically Space Invaders, but you were a mustard packet, and there were burgers flying across the top of the screen. As well as there were these two kid games that were like mascots from some either from some TV show or just totally made up, that you did like interactive education stuff, but I don't remember what they were called. Oh, and there's one game where you were like this weird geometric triangle shaped thing, and you were going through a maze, and you had to shoot other geometric triangle shaped enemies that were going through this maze. It was the weirdest, like, first like 3D game that I ever played, 3D. And I forget what the hell that's called, but my brother named it by name, and I was like, wait a second, I think I know what you're talking about, and I've forgotten again what the name of it is.
Come in handy for
But it was super weird. I really struggled to understand how it works,
because right now I just use a drive.
I couldn't visualize
in my
it
computer,
like I can nowadays.
But I can't access that on other computers. I mean, I could if I want to enable SMB1 file sharing on my main Windows 10 computer, which is possible, is totally fine for this demo here. So this Windows folder here is not from a Windows installation. This is just what I use to store my various copies of Windows. I have from Windows 1.0.
Right, so it's actually, it's working.
Now, the reason
he's accessing his
is right here. But yeah, there you go. And I mean, I can totally copy stuff over
his
here.
NAS,
in fact,
his
why
NAS
don't we copy? Let's just
from
make
his 98
a new text document on the desktop, and we'll copy that over to the NAS. And there you go. So now I could access this file from any computer on the network, just as long as it's, well, able to access the NAS. Now, one of the nice things we can do, and you would definitely want to do this if you were using this thing very frequently, instead of having to constantly open up a run and just type in the IP
3 would be
address,
too far.
map a network drive.
That's like a red apple you had, Rory.
Clicking on my computer, go to map network drive.
One's already
Let's say
bad.
I want to use the G drive here. And we'll type in the path. So again, it's going to be 192.168.1. Oh wow, I'm way off. I'm so used
Talking
to
with
typing
Baldy's voice.
168 for everything. 10.50.227.133/home.
227.
Okay, and there we go. So now, if we go into my computer, you'll see that we have the NAS mapped as the G drive, which gives us very, very easy access to it. And if we want to, you know, now we could go to run, type in G:, and there we go. So it's just very, very, very easy access. Now you probably saw, and this is one of the side effects of using Windows 98, Windows 98 doesn't really know how to comprehend any file size larger than 2 terabytes. So even
I'm honestly surprised it does 2 terabytes, because I remember there was an issue with or is that the thing? I remember in like even on XP there were issues with, like, I think I'm thinking of the RAM, aren't I? I think XP can't have more than 4 gigs of RAM or something because of the bit length in terms of like easy access to addresses and things like that. You can't have more than 4 gigs of RAM. I'm actually surprised that this old 98 is able to handle 2 terabytes of space.
Even though this is like a 33 terabyte, I mean, again, this is configured in RAID 5.
RAM is 4 gigabytes because 32-bit. Yeah, exactly. The bit length.
33 terabyte drive.
It upgraded when they upgraded to 64-bit with modern computers.
Terabyte drive, which
but,
is not true. There's way more, you know, free space.
I thought
on
98
drive,
would
but
struggle
Windows 98
with
doesn't really know how
space.
to comprehend anything larger than that, at least with network drives here. So that's just what it shows. So it would be interesting to see what would happen if, like, say I had 2 terabytes worth of data on this drive, how Windows 98 would behave. Like, would it allow me to copy stuff over to it if Windows is seeing the drive as full? That would be interesting, though I would need to I would have to spend some time coming up with 2 terabytes worth of data to copy over to this. But yeah, that's really how simple it is.
I need to force you to play Baldi's Basic
guys,
Plus
at
just to
least with
torture
the
you.
SMB1 protocol, which again is insecure. And
I don't do well with those
kind
of games. Those rage games.
But these are the kind of questions that I like to answer on this channel. And like I said, that is the main reason why Asus Tor got in contact with.
Anyway, let's move on. What's this? Ah, yes, yes. That's the logo for Pixel's Paul Unity 2. All right, Bobby Richards, June. Found cool music for Paul Unity 2. Oh yeah, no copyright audio library. Oh, I think Pixel might have sent this to me. The file system was probably compatible. I wonder if it's... wonder if FAT32... I'm not sure. I was gonna say, I know in terms of storage, XP was capable of a lot more than that, of course, but I don't know what the maximum storage is for XP, honestly. But I assumed that 98 would have I assumed less than 2 terabytes for 98. I think I made you listen. I think you did. I think you sent it to me, and I mostly skimmed it, but I did listen to like 6 segments of it to get an idea. But yeah, no, it works well. It works pretty well. It'd be curious how you use it, like in the space, how you use it, because we tried to find mostly very ambient pieces for Portal Unity, the original, so that it sort of worked with the, like, whether you're thinking or whether you're actively doing the portal puzzles, like it would still feel not too, like, out of place. This feels like it has movement in it though, so I would assume that this is going to be in a section of the puzzles, a section of either the behind the scenes or a section of the puzzles where you're actively moving quite a bit. Unless you made a Portal 2-esque, like, multi-layered version of it, and you like brought in sound as it made sense in the level. Yeah. When you're flinging, like, have it so that it's like... either that track like that, or just the boom 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 boom, like split it into multiple tracks and have just like one section of it playing while you're just wandering around, and then when you do something in the chamber, it like activates, you activate a laser, you get the laser lined up to the receiver, and suddenly another track kicks in. Like maybe you have the there's a bit or something like that, and then when you like fling yourself across the level, that's when it goes into full. Although it doesn't feel quite fast enough for a fling, but you know, it's as you solve the puzzle, like builds up. That would make sense. But that's asking a lot. I don't expect that. That's just how that's how immediately I think about it. But yeah. Anyway.
Update for the group.
Oh god.
Crisis in Plotland. Ramona Big Chungus has launched a military coup.
My fucking god.
You can stop it. Sign up to NordVPN and use the code Among Us to beat the totally sus Chungus and save Plotland.
Fucking cameo. I can't believe Nigel Farage is doing cameo. It's just a joke at this point.
Based on what?
Based. I still miss Windows XP. Yeah, in some ways. I miss the backwards compatibility of Windows XP. That's the biggest thing for me. There are so many games where I'm like, I want to play like an old DOS game, or you know, some old school game, and I go to run it on Windows 10, and it just does not run. Of course, you have to like run it in a virtual machine, or you have to download like a modern version of the game so it runs properly, or you download a version of the game. Like I've been getting a few games on GOG, good old games. Like I played Theme Hospital on my computer recently, and I got it through good old games. And the way that GOG does it is that GOG just has like a framework for your games, a bit like Steam, except they have an extended framework in that certain games like Theme Hospital, they only run on old systems. So what good old games automatically does is it automatically runs a virtual machine when you run Theme Hospital in good old games, it automatically runs a virtual machine in the background and then launches Theme Hospital inside their virtual machine. Like, it's really, really handy. But yeah. I wish I didn't have to do that
Great Pog
thing
Day.
if I wanted to play
I gotta tell you that
old
Big
games.
Chungus sends his regard.
Fucking, I hate that. I hate that guy's face. The cursed version, kind of NSFW, Lamau. Oh, yes. All the Mr. Bear versions. Should I watch this here? It is 20 minutes. Oh, you're just gonna... It's just the last one?
How do you turn the fucking
Okay.
thing on, though?
This is just the dark version.
Well, there's all sorts of creatures. Down
There's
on
the normal
Dangly
version,
Doodle
surreal version,
Farm.
and dark version.
Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow. They're always in good moods. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food.
Oh god.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Ape got sent down for rape. Didn't work out he was innocent till he was 88. Mr. Bird flew south, superstardom on his path. Ended up on the end of a belt with an orange in his mouth. Oh, Mr. Bear, what's that over there?
This is... I was about to say...
That's the place your mummy pushed your daddy down the stair.
Oh god. I was gonna say...
6 months in intensive care, that's why the bitch has to die.
Holy shit. This is quite different.
The farmer thinks the dangly doodle creatures are asleep. But Mr. Bear's a swinger like the pigs and cows and sheep. He visits every pen and sty and always brings the fun. And jerks off Mr. Quackington, who's always first to come. He fingers Mr. Badger's bum and Mrs. Donkey's quim. Then he fronts with Mr. Chicken till they both are quite done in. Then he runs around the farmyard trying to shove it where it fits. And ends the night by porting over Mrs. Badger's tits. There's never a dull moment down on Dangly Doodle Farm, kids.
Holy shit.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the sound of maggots growing underneath your hair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That is your friends in a pie. Yum, yum. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a giant spider in the shoe you want to wear. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That is the end that is nigh. That's where your friends go to lie. That's how you'll scream when you die.
I didn't think it would be that different. Holy shit. Well, my eyes have been opened because I seem there'd just be some slight variations. And at first, when the song first started up, I was like, oh, there's a few little differences, but mostly it's the same. But no, it really goes places. Holy shit. Oh, it's implemented Fat 32 driver. I don't remember the hitters so much. Ah, I see what you mean. Yeah. I think the field was the sector count field was expanded to 32 bits, and so the 4,512 byte sectors, which is probably 2 terabytes. Oh, I see what you mean. Yep. You hate Nigel Farage, yeah. Same. Do you know about Half-Life 2 mod by the name of Vance? I've heard that name, Vance. It's been cancelled. Have 16-bit segments on a modern OS would be complicated, not impossible, but have to context switch between 3 different bit modes. Sounds like a nightmare, especially since it need to reserve To reserve low. Number of memory segments. Yes, yeah. Such a lovely song. Unless you haven't looked into virtual memory segments. I wonder if that'd be... They could handle it, right. It had to look into that stuff when writing bootloader. Oh. I haven't done that. I haven't done that before. Rory, since you saw my SFM already, I hoped you liked it. I did. I gave it a like. I don't know if you... I think I was the first like on it. I think because I think it didn't have... It was like you'd only just posted it. It was like a few minutes or something. At most like 20 minutes or something after you posted it. So I didn't have a like yet. So I was like first like. Yeah. Yeah, that song was wild. Anyway, Loot Bug. Makeup fonts are available to download. Oh! I love this song, by the way. Loot Bug Genocide. I see. Doing it the time of the music. This is one of my favorite Beat Saber songs. Some of the timing's a little off, but it's pretty accurate. I realized that my camera feed is ever so slightly behind the video feed with the way OBS works. And so often when I've noticed myself in editing, if I like try and like dance to a song, the video feed, my mic is accurate, my mic is like very on time, but if I dance to something, if I move around to the song, my movement is off key, or off beat I should say, not off key. I've noticed this. Oh. Right. Happy 3rd anniversary. Ah, I see. Wait, what? YouTube? Messed me up a bit. It messed me up, but it's resolved now. Okay. Weird. There wasn't a weird claim, was there? There's all these chapters. I was gonna say, in the Crash Twinsanity episode that I just released, if you haven't seen it, if people are here who haven't watched the Crash Twinsanity first episode, go check it out. It's after the stream, of course. I added a bunch of timestamps to the start of the video, so that because I talked a lot of tech stuff right at the start, and I thought it would be better if I gave people the opportunity to skip past the tech talk stuff if they want. Seeing Rorius groove in his chair is adorable, but when he will groove with his whole body, that is now a big question. I mean, I have grooved with my whole body in Beat Saber videos.
So recently one of the mods on Pokemate's Discord server leaked the banned words, and I just want to take a look at them, you know. The first one is Ninja, then Simp, Diesel, Content Nuke, Diesel Patches, and a YouTube link, Hypocrite, It's a Gundam, Pokey is Ugly, 2 out of 10, Simp for 1, the second word again, the forbidden word again, Gundam, Hypocritical again? Oh wait, no. Leafy for free. What? Leafy again? Pokemane trash. Pokemane is trash. Fuck Pokemane. Tier 3 is... Pokemane sucks.
I'm honestly
Yo,
not surprised
yo,
by this at
Leafy,
all.
Another YouTube link again. Content fallout. Another fucking YouTube link. Keemstar. Criticism. Another YouTube link. Has a boyfriend. Content fallout. Leafy written fancy words. Plant guy. Leafy with dots.
Oh, plant guy, Leafy,
written
yeah.
More fancy. Play Pokemon Fun compilation 4K HD out me.
What the fuck? The fuck?
Another YouTube link, another fucking YouTube link. Void on top has a boyfriend, has BF, this track. Another YouTube link, Leafy written wrong. YouTube again. How many YouTube links are there? Another one, Leffy, and reptiles. Pokemon
Why
Discord
reptiles?
are on a whole nother fucking level. What the fuck?
Hey, oh, this looks like a good content right here. I get it. I totally get it. I have no issue with that. Those being, like, those being banned phrases and words and stuff. Not concerned by that at all. Rory when Beat Saber. I thought you were gonna ask me earlier, actually. Maybe someday. When you're a streamer and people will not stop, especially female streamers, when people will not stop asking about whether she's got a boyfriend, what's her boyfriend's deal, like, I can understand being just like, oh my fucking god, shut up. Just ban all the references to it. Knock knock, open up the gates, I'm here. Ooh, what's this? DMX has died at 50. Oh shit. After suffering an apparent drug overdose and subsequent heart attack on Friday, April 2nd. Oh. This isn't fun at all. What was the thing? Not gonna open up the gates up. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Aw. Yeah. Right, yeah. Well, now. Anyway, keep moving. I think you should leave. I think you should leave with Tim Robinson. It's a painful scenario. Oh, it auto-played. My longest coy boy ever. God damn it. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Alright. IO games and the rise of fake multiplayer. Oh?
If you are into online gaming, you're probably familiar with the concept of bots, fake enemies controlled by artificial intelligence that can take the place of your opponents instead of real people.
We always do that. We always go and watch Rory streaming while watching stuff we shouldn't.
Because you don't need any. It's as simple as that.
Mrs.
This black hole simulator was created with one player in mind from the very beginning. The rounds are short, so it's okay if you don't make it to the top right away. Practice by competing against actual people. Lose some games, learn from your mistake, and gain that priceless experience to become the best. Okay, play now. And I'll hit play. Loading graphics, searching server, pairing match. Cool, cool. And we're in a match here, and I click and move around. Yep, playing the game. There's other players here, and I'll just turn off my Wi-Fi here. And the game works perfectly. I don't get disconnected even though I'm not connected to the internet anymore.
I see.
Let's start at the beginning. The TLD, or top-level domain.io, came into being in 1997. It's supposed to be for entities in the British Island Ocean territories.
What's with this guy's voice? It's so quiet.
Mostly by tech companies because IO stands for input-output in the computer science world. Fast forward to 2015, a game developer named Mateus Valadares posts on 4chan a link to a game he made. The game was kind of like the first stage of Spore and didn't have a name yet. People were just connecting to his IP address.
Tended to
Someone
Agario.
suggested calling it agar, which is a gelatinous substance used in biological cultures and as a food thickener. Then someone suggested the URL agar.io, thus agar.io was born. It was fun, easy to learn, and didn't require sign up to play, you just click and immediately start. It became insanely popular, tons of famous YouTubers played it, and Mateus made absurd amounts of money off of it. And of course when someone's successful, lots of people are going to imitate them, and thus the IO genre was born. Games that were fun, easy to learn, one click to play, and had a .io URL. but developers.
This guy sounds like he's
focus on genre
whispering, and it's messing with
rendering
my brain.
Let's say you're a relatively unknown developer and you release a multiplayer IO game. You put it on some site and wait, a player stumbles across it, joins, plays for a few seconds, sees there's no other players, and leaves. Your game is dead. So the solution, populate the game with bots. Then when real players join, they'll see what they think are other players and stay and play the game. Then hopefully they have fun and go and tell their friends about it. Gradually the game builds an audience of real players and eventually you no longer need bots in your game. But at some point, some developer got an idea. If I'm making a game with a bunch of bots that act just like players and real players can't tell the difference, why don't I just make a single player game that looks like a multiplayer game and say it's multiplayer? This has several advantages. The devs don't need to pay for
You don't need
servers.
any network
You don't
stuff.
have to write complicated netcode.
Yeah,
And the best
coding's
part is
easier.
There's no lag on mobile. It's difficult to make real-time multiplayer games for mobile internet because it's unreliable and can lag or disconnect at any time. The weather changes, you go under a bridge, whatever, you get lag. Now, while having a fake multiplayer game is dishonest, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing.
No,
After all,
I don't
in
see
this
a problem with it.
situation, a player that plays what they think is a real multiplayer game is having an objectively better experience than the player who's playing an actual multiplayer mobile game. It is bad for developers, though. Let's go on the Play Store and search IO multiplayer games. A lot of these aren't multiplayer, especially not the promoted ones. You can see a lot of them are actually tagged as single player and offline, but plenty of people don't notice those tags. Here's someone complaining about how they thought this game was multiplayer, but then their internet went out and they found out it was single player. There are rules against false advertising on the app stores. They require correct categorization of the games on them, and it's kind of funny to see how these publishers try to make their games sound multiplayer without actually saying they are. Speaking of publishers, you'll see Voodoo Games come up a lot. They're big players in this fake multiplayer cash grab genre, and they churn out a lot of games. They're famous for ripping off indie games and making fake multiplayer versions
Hick, I
of
was
them.
one that
For
is
example,
off.
They ripped off Donut County to make Roll.io, and said it wasn't a clone, but rather a game in the same subgenre. A subgenre which currently only has 2 games in it, Donut County and Hold.io. It's okay, Voodoo, I believe you. Also, can you give me a job? I don't have networking experience, but I noticed that's not a requirement for any of your developer positions. They also buy a lot of installs in their games to boost them on the app stores, which is not allowed by the Play Store or App Store, but they get away with it. And it pays off. Goldman Sachs backed them with a $200 million investment a while ago. Let's take a look at another publisher, Nightsteed. I noticed something interesting with one of their games, Evo Wars. On the mobile version, if I turn on airplane mode, it works fine. But if I play in browser on my computer and turn off my Wi-Fi, I get disconnected. I was wondering maybe the mobile version was single player while the browser version was actually multiplayer. Well, there's some tests I can do. First, the devs left the list of bot names public, so I can just go and check every player's name against it. Either nobody plays this, which is why I'm getting matched with bots, or there's some kind of network check on the desktop version. I tried unplugging my router from the internet, that way my computer would still show up as being connected to Wi-Fi and the game didn't disconnect. They couldn't even be bothered to just ping Google to see if they were actually connected. I'm guessing they have this basic check in place though, because an internet outage on desktop is a lot more noticeable than on mobile, where if the Wi-Fi goes out, you'll assume you're still connected on 4G. Another example of how lazy Nightsteed is, on their game Brutal Mania, the list of bot names was also left public, and it's the same list. I'm pretty sure they use the same one for every one of their games. Anyways, to conclude this video, happy to announce that I am now an IO multiplayer game developer. JP Morgan reached out to me and offered me $50 million to rip off indie games and make them look multiplayer, and I was like, why be creative and original when I could just be rich? Excited to announce my new multiplayer game, Theyest Thou. It is 100% real multiplayer because I believe it's important to play against real people so you can learn from your mistakes, and also it has 300 million downloads so you know it's good. Link in the description.
Anyway, yeah, interesting. Yes, sorry. Sometimes I realize I don't add anything. Yeah, I don't really see a problem with the use of like bots in that context of just if the game's entertaining, it doesn't matter whether it's players or bots. And when it's bots, sometimes it's fun because you can figure out the ways to exploit the bots and make them not, like get one up on them because they won't learn. If they're just like really simple bots, they won't learn your strategies. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. But I get it when it's like false advertising, when it's like they say it's multiplayer but it's not. Yeah, that's a problem. Yes, at the end, don't leave though, because there is still 1 minute of content there. What?
Oh, hey guys, I'm back. Just had to pop down to the store to grab me some milk. Now I've got a big problemo that needs solving.
Wait. This is one of those songs. I forget if this might be an Epidemic Sound song.
Has blessed us with this highly informative commit message from December 2nd. Thank you, sir. Let's do an inventory check. What do we got going on?
There's a lot of YouTube artists or YouTube creators who use Epidemic Sounds or something like that. So it's perfectly fine for them to use it. They won't have any claims on their video, but if you react to their stuff, then you're not a member of Epidemic Sounds, you'll get claims on your videos. It's so frustrating. There's so many pitfalls that I have to dodge around.
A player, a test down that's being hard-coded, a chunk system,
Ooh, I like that.
prototype systems like the inventory, skill tree, enchanting table, crafting thing.
I like the island.
Magical tree chopping. Oh, and don't forget Shia LaBeouf. Okay, alright, hear me out. How about we get rid of it all? Eh? Now, I'm not really getting rid of it, of course. I'm just he's going to sleep for a little bit. Now, up until a few weeks ago, the game was going to be procedurally generated, but I realized, what's the point in actually procedurally generating a story-driven game? Most people are just going to play it once.
I hate Portal 1 for one reason. What the fuck is this? Camera freaking out sometimes when flipping through portals. Exactly. I hate that.
So to save me some time and effort, I'm
The
just
slow
gonna be hand
movement of the
placing
camera
entire
when
map, and to hand place
flying
the
through
entire
portals.
map, I'm gonna need
Very
me a map
frustrating.
editor. So I put in some stuff for that. Got this button over here that hand places a ground segment. You can then move that segment around, stuff like that. You know, pretty cool. Actually, no, it's not. There's definitely a better way of doing this, but this is Pastor anyway talking about them. Between you and me, he's a bit of a fuckwit.
He says with conviction in the present moment, but without realizing that he too has fallen prey to the eternal ticking hands of time.
He has.
Anyway, moving ahead.
It looks like he has the same setup as I do.
That's not a Z.
Past
Now, I've
him
implemented
and
this about a
future
million
him,
times by
editing
now,
him.
So there's no way anything could possibly. I'm gonna fuck. So the way the map is gonna work, all the necessary level data like the ground, trees, rocks, etc., get bundled up into
Directions
this
are reversed
bitch,
and
which
then
gets
not.
read
Yeah.
from each time you create a new
Yeah,
world.
learn from
but
the player's
what happens
actions
is I
during a
change the
game. Learn to
underlying
be
structure
makes
of
it
that
possible to
data.
win.
The game
Exactly.
has
That's why you
absolutely
don't
no
make
way
it
of
learning.
serializing that new version.
You
and
just make it play a certain way.
Show me something cool now.
Oh my god, that song.
TLDR, game no longer
I haven't
go
heard that
crashy
song in
crashy.
so long.
Okay, now that we're all caught up to speed, let's get down to brass tacks. What the fuck does this even mean? Huh? What is a tax? And why is it brass? I guess we'll never know. Now, like I
Brass
mentioned
tacks,
earlier,
yeah.
I've got a problem, and it's not that
I
I'm
looked it up
missing my
recently as
copy
well.
of Xi Jinping's The Governance of China. Okay, that's right here. That's not a problem. And you know me, I'm that guy that likes solving problems. But this particular problem is a little bit of a doozy. Ages ago, I drew this sexy looking ground pixel art, but when it came time to put it into the game, it's flat. How the fuck am I gonna make it hilly? I don't know. It's such a problem. So I did what any good problem solving
I
ape does,
see.
and fucking ignored it, hoping it would go away. But the tyrannical reign of the bland ground is finally about to reach its end. I've got one word for you. Shaders.
What's with the remix? This is excellent, actually. This guy's style is really cool.
Shaders. What are they?
How long is the video?
Every computer has some sort of graphics processing unit. And to keep it simple, the GPU runs a program called a shader. That shader essentially tells the GPU what to show on screen. This right here is a fragment shader for every single pixel in this window. This chunk of code will be run. This shader language is called GLSL. I actually don't know what that stands for. What does it stand for? OpenGL Shading Language. That kind of makes sense, I guess. Right now it's just returning white for every pixel, but what if
Shading languages is something I've never learnt. I've been meaning to go and just learn it, but shader languages is something I've procrastinated so long that Unity and Unreal both have now just drag and drop shader interfaces, so I don't even have to learn it if I don't want to. But I've been meaning to for so long to just learn the code language behind the shaders.
we map the red channel to the X value of the current pixel. And then the green value
Sing
to
with
the right.
Rorius stream win, honestly.
Now we're cooking with electricity.
We go 0, 0, 1, 0, 1.
Sing with Rorius stream. Not gonna happen. when it comes to live singing, I'm not the greatest. I'd have to, and I can only last a short length of time before my voice starts to suffer. Also, do not worry, I'm in the background listening to everything. Okay, I see. Just working on stuff, so I have the stream on the background and moderating chat, of course. Right, yeah.
1 and 0, 1. Thank you. Coordinates.
Now, I had very little knowledge about shaders going into this. This site, thebookofshaders.com, was, goddamn amazing. This is what I love about the internet. You can literally just go on there, Google something, find some fuck off resource on literally anything in the world and just go learn it. It's free knowledge. Me likey. But yeah, the Book of Shaders has literally taught me everything I need to know. I worked through about half of it, and I'm ready to tackle the problem of trying to recreate this pixel art from the ground up, from nothing. I
believe in
If I can recreate this procedurally, I can literally make it fit to any sort of shape I want. So, I can get them beautiful hills going. So, first things first, how do I recreate the shape of these little rocks? Well, there's this thing called the Veroni algorithm. That's definitely how it's pronounced, alright? Don't even fucking at me. You take a set of points, then for each pixel you calculate the distance to the nearest point. Offset those points with a little bit of randomness, and you can see how you can kind of get some rock shapes out of this. Quick side note, true random number generation in computing is actually not a thing. So let's take a closer look at what this function actually does. Oh, what's that? It's actually just a sine wave with such a large frequency, it may as well be random. Pseudo randomness. Hey, so next up, these rocks aren't actually taking up the whole texture. I need to give them a little bit of breathing. This paper right here allowed for exactly that. The calculation
is horrible.
Take that bad boy, shrink them down a little, and Bob's
right. I mean, I've never done shader programming, so I wouldn't know.
So I added in some points to represent the ground level. Now, some of you might recognize this. I used y equals mx plus c. Calculate the line height and get rid of everything above that height. I'd like to take the time to apologize to all my high school math teachers. I'm sorry, you were right, I was wrong. Next up, it was time to get some lighting going. To do this, I literally just ran the old mate Veroni again, gave it a little bit of a cheeky offset, masked that bad boy out with the original. It's a bit hacky, but it works. You see, now that I'm looking back on this, it looks simple, alright? It looks relatively easy. All of this has taken me 4 entire goddamn days to figure out up until this point. Moving on though, if you look at the original I drew, you'll notice the top layer of rocks are kind of poking out the ground a little bit. In the shader, yeah, not so much. Still got the little outline thingy up the top here. I tried a few things to try and replicate that. Eventually I just settled on removing all of the outlines above the actual line height. It's not the most elegant fix, it can look a bit janky in some areas, but good enough. Now it's time for the most important thing. Color. This is what gives the original drawing a lot of punch, a lot of oomph. You can see the rocks getting progressively darker and darker in kind of like a natural way. Getting this right took quite a bit of effort. I end up getting the current rock's depth and using that to determine what layer it's in with its respective color. And then I also add a bit of randomness to try and blend the rocks down a bit better. Do yourself a favor and don't look at this, okay? It's literally just 9 if statements. Yeah. We run this bad boy though. Hot damn, is that looking good. You add all these steps together and that's what you get. I am officially in love with shaders. I am rock hard right now. But we ain't done yet though. Time for what I reckon is gonna be the hardest part of this whole thing, is actually taking this shader and putting it into the game. So I'm using this engine called Telescope, which is created by Ryan Flurry, and that right there handles all the rendering stuff with OpenGL. But I gotta sneak the shader code in here somewhere. Eventually I stumbled across this post-process shader, which probably isn't the best place to put it, but it is a place to put it. So first thing I tried to do was get the camera and the zoom transforms in the shader working, so it looks like it's actually in the world space. It took me way too long. I literally trialed and errored the shit out of this, and eventually I got this little chunk of code which transforms everything perfectly. Yes, let's go. Now the way I actually got these values into the shader is I passed the camera position and the camera zoom in via a uniform, which is something you do when you initially bind the shader and you can kind of just pass in data each frame. The next step was to get the vertices passed in. Now this is a bit of a problemo, okay? GLSL really doesn't fuck with dynamic size loops. It kind of makes sense. I guess it kind of breaks parallelism of it. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about, but dynamic size loops are a no-no. So So we can't loop over all the vertices on screen no matter what. We kind of just have to choose a fixed number. 64 seems like a good number. Just like before, the vertices get passed into the shader via uniform. We can then take that value, loop over all the vertices, and figure out all the different heights. Got that working nicely. And next up, I just had to bring the rest of the shader in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And last but not least, got to pixelate it, okay? Can't be looking all HD in a pixel art game. We don't want that. Icky, get out of here. To do that, I just divide the pixel by the zoom, chop off that fucking decimal. And this right here is the final result.
Oh, dang. Nice.
That turned out a lot better than I thought it would. I'm sure there's a few more things I can do to polish this little fella up. You know, there's like a few straight pixels in there.
I ended up watching the whole thing. I wasn't gonna, but
it was good enough. We've got bigger and brighter things to move on through, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. If you enjoyed this video, you like what I'm doing, and want to come help support the project, you can head on over to rainy.gg/fund to help a homie out. And if you become a member, you'll be able to get access to all of our...
If it's not able to be destroyed, I would do that. I would cheese the shit out of that. I would just make block sections of sprites and just make it randomly choose between different shapes of sprite. You get way less variety of randomness with my method, but it would just be so much simpler. I just use like a grid for the surface layer of the path, and then just fill in to a space like below that with just a straight flat texture. I would use like depending on how varied the ground is supposed to be for this procedural generation, I would just use like I'd want to use one of those like a tree of sorts, or like a basically like it's randomization, but it's used randomization based on the previous random thing that you've generated. So I wouldn't bother with shaders. Oh dear. Yeah. Nice pile of rocks. Yeah. Oh god, I missed some things. I missed a whole bunch of chat. Now I want to learn to code my own 3D modeling software. Right. Once again, I'm not going to touch coding. Like, I used to think that, like, I was like, oh, I want to create my own, game engine for this, that, and the next thing, and I realized after a while that's, like, it's so not worth it. just use the engines that exist already, and just work on top of that. The advanced and fancy shader that you... Oh, right, well, Rory, let's do some learning stream. You learn stuff and teach us stuff. I mean... That could be interesting at some point. I mean, kind of everything I do has some element of learning in it. I always mansplain everything by accident or sometimes on purpose. Good thing you guys are here. I'm just half here creating the voices in Friday Night Funky with Rory's beeps. It's difficult. It's yeah. If you need some more beeps and boops, I suppose. Beep, boop, boop, beep, 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 boop, boop. There's some more beeps and boops. I don't know if that's useful. I know Friday Night Funkin' has a lot of beeps and boops. I don't know what kind of... Whether it's like Undertale, and that it's like a sound that you repeat over and over, or if it's literally beeps and boops. Rory's Basics stream. Gonna turn me into Baldy. I agree. Shader programming is freaking terrible. The error messages are so vague if you do not program your own error handling system. Right? Yeah. Not happening, but I'm not up for Rory to be like Baldy. Anyways, I suck I suck personally at shaders. Like legit can't do anything or any of the cool stuff. Right. Yeah, I was like, I just don't know the language. I don't even know where to begin with it, because there's a lot of proprietary stuff where you have to just like learn how things are passed through the code, and without learning that stuff, you can't even start. And that was my problem. It's always been my problem. This video is really cool. I have to learn. Right. Taking those shaders, so like math and stuff projection. Oh, hey Jonas. Nice pile of rocks. Yeah. You finally got to see the video you sent. I'm pretty sure you sent that at the end of the previous stream, and we're only just up to that now. It was gonna be so behind. Meeting Marasmus. Meeting the amazing Marasmus. Cool but intimidating, exactly. This is another Pymations thing, isn't it? Yeah. Continuation of Meet the Amazing Pyro. Ah. I believe we saw that in a previous stream, if I'm not mistaken. Started learning OpenGL, but got distracted. I learned how to use OpenGL in terms of model.
It seems that all shipments from Manco have completely ceased, leaving us without new ammo or any supplies to speak of.
Model and texture
First of all,
stuff.
Saxton Hale won't return my calls. So, Scout, I must ask.
That's what our graphics paper was at uni. We had a graphics paper, and I learned OpenGL in that graphics paper. I learned how to draw triangles to create a conical, curved. It was like the bottom half of an oval shape. I had to map out with triangles. Like it was to turn into a net. This is one of the most complicated assignments we had in that program, in that graphics paper. It was like we had to make a torus, which was simple enough. We were given like an arm that could go like this, and we basically had to make model a torus at the top, which would sit on the end of the arm and act like a bucket of sorts. And then we had to model a net inside it. There was a hollow, like, I wouldn't say conical, but like it's basically the bottom of an oval shape, like curved in like that. We had to map that with triangles, and then we had to take that mapped triangle, conical, oval shape and map a texture using our own matrix of UV. We had to do all this in like written code language stuff. Very difficult to do just straight up with zero prior knowledge of OpenGL. We were given this assignment and we had to just learn OpenGL and how to do that in the space of like 2 weeks. That was really tough. That was one of the toughest assignments I can remember from uni.
What did you do? Okay, first of all, you're invading my personal space. Second of all, I'm innocent.
And part of the problem was that because it was a 2D texture, a square, mapping onto an oval shaped cone, a rounded cone essentially, and it had to be transparent. The white parts of the texture, it was basically just white and black texture, black where the net parts are, and the white parts were supposed to be transparent. We had to interpret the white parts as transparent, and so it had to show up as transparent in the game that we were programming for. God, that was a fucking nightmare. It was so hard to do that.
Why are you innocent?
Mainly because we just weren't given any prior info.
Saxton Hale? Yeah, we even hacked into the security cameras and got to see the whole fight. Then I missed the ending because I left for some chicken. You know where our ammo comes from, right, Manco? Yes. And who runs Manco? Saxton Hale. Oh, wait, correct. I see the problem. Scout, we stockpiled ammo, right?
Oh,
I'm not legally required to answer these questions. Scout. It's all gone. What? I said it's all gone. We have no ammo. Oh my god, Scout.
Cat video that we seen in the next stream.
Hey
No.
guys, we'll have to see how much ammo we can shoot off before the medic gets back with dinner. I guess we just used it all up somehow. We got a little situation. Hello? Is this on? Knock, knock, who's there?
Wait a minute.
Me is the right answer. Go away. I'm afraid we can't do that.
I
boys.
thought we'd seen the
We're here for
Amazing Pyro
intelligence.
before.
He's a little excited. We're gonna break in. Calm down. Wait, you guys have ammo? Well, yeah. Did you expect us to attack without ammo? Do you don't have ammo? No, we have tons of ammo. All right, goddammit, we don't have any ammo. Well, good going, Blue Team. Y'all never stockpile supplies? 9. Apparently not. Okay, yes. Blue Team is very stupid.
Ah, okay.
To
All
the
good,
briefcase.
Jonas. All good.
Yeah, okay. Fan out, boys. I found the vault. Okay, great. Hand me the intel. Go.
So wait a minute. wait a minute. And then you need the A, please. A? Eh? A? I don't know if any of that's useful.
Question. What's your question, soldier? There is no intel. Wait,
And yeah,
what?
some cruel
Where
teachers.
are you hiding it?
What
I
makes
am
you
going
learn
to
of jail in
slap
2
you
weeks.
until you tell me.
That was uni. That was all of uni. Like, for our first year, we spent the whole year learning Java, and it was all very like focused in on programming in Java, and like all the assignments they were teaching us like the language, and all the assignments were on Java that we'd already learned, and it was very, very simple. Second year, none of that shit. They didn't teach us any like actual programming, like the physical programming. This is why I struggled in third year as well with some of the papers, especially the latter end of the graphics paper where we were doing something akin to shaders, and I just failed that assignment. As of the second year, they expected us to learn the languages ourselves. They taught us the logic and they taught us the if you will, the premise, and then what they would do is they'll give us an assignment in a specific language that we probably have never coded in. So like to start with, that's why I never learned C++. I had a C++ programming paper. I had a C++ programming assignment that I had to do in in 2 weeks. All assignments are you have 2 weeks. I had to do a paper. I had to do an assignment on C++ on a specific C++ coding project, and I learned that C++ and I did that assignment, and I believe I got 100% in that actually. But I still wouldn't say I know C++ because I never actually sat down and learnt it. I learnt enough to pass the assignment. But what that really shows, though, is that what they're trying to do with that is that they're trying to show that you're capable. It doesn't matter because what the deal is when you go into industry, most of the time, whatever group you go to, they're gonna want you to program whatever in a language you probably haven't learned before. And so it's really important that you would be adaptable and flexible and be able to learn languages quickly. So I appreciate that angle. I feel like that's one of the things I always put down on my CV is like a specialty. Is one of my specialties is I'm very good at quickly learning new systems. Because that's how we learned it. Yeah, that second year we did a C++ assignment. We did a C assignment, I believe, like old C. We did some Java stuff that we'd already done before, and then what else did I do that year? We definitely did some database papers where you were working with SQL. So that one was more. It had a little bit more of the teaching in terms of the actual language itself, but yeah, there was a database management paper. And then in the third year, they taught us in that same paper, I think, in that same paper that had in one of the papers in second year. That's when I learned C#. They didn't really teach us C# because they were like, you've already done Java, therefore you should know most of it. They went over a basics of these are the differences between Java and C#. And they explained what C# is and why it exists and stuff like that. And that I ended up latching onto that, and that was my favorite language to work with. But we didn't physically learn C#. But then of course we were doing papers that required C# programming. Stuff like XML. XML had our website programming stuff, our markup language stuff. That was slightly more programmatically taught, but for most of the papers, they would give us a programming language we'd never used before and ask us to do an assignment in that language. In third year, the AI papers are started to work with a system called Prolog, which we'd never used before. The programming, the graphics one required more C++, which we still hadn't really learnt. But we were expected to do OpenGL, which we'd never actually learnt either. And then one of the assignments in that same paper required us to use a system called ImageJ, which I'd never used, and I could not find APIs for, so much so that I actually just didn't do that assignment and I failed it. I still passed the paper, but that assignment I had no knowledge of ImageJ or how to use it, and I could not for the life of me find an API or any kind of like documentation as to how to program in it. I now know Zero.js and React. I see. Oh no, Prolog. I actually really enjoyed Prolog. It's weird. It's so different from any other language I've ever programmed in, but it's all like logical programming. Well, that's just. I think this is just the thing. Is at the university level, this is just what they expect of you. They teach you like what you're programming, but not how to program it. And they expect you to do that in a programming language of their choosing. And they just will give you a programming language. Reminds me of the time I learned React.js and JavaScript in 2 to 3 days so I could program an interview assignment. Right, yeah. That's the thing, is university is, well, at least the university I went to, that's how it was. As of the second year, you're in the deep end. You've got to be able to just do it. Yeah, and like, what's another good example of that? Oh, for the one of the other third year papers, we had to learn Python. We'd never done Python before. We just was like given a Python assignment. There's other ones where we were given an assembly. It was there was a specific form of assembly that we were just given a program that converts assembly into like it runs assembly. And then there's shit, what else was there? There was another website related one that we did in third year that used more HTML and stuff like that, but even though we'd never really learnt it properly. I never learnt PHP. I wish I had, but I never did. Yeah. There was just a lot of assignments where it was just like, okay, we're doing an assignment in this language, and we're like, what the fuck? Literally never even talked about this language. But yeah, learn it and do it. You got 2 weeks. Anyway. And so Spy looking at his watch.
What? We're not hiding it! Oh. I honestly have no idea where it had gone. This team is more idiotic than
I'm gonna
I
have
thought.
to.
Now, how the hell did you go and lose your own intel? I don't know. We don't just lose crap like this. Wait, what? Marasmus? Can we have that?
Yeah, if the reaction streams keep getting backed up like this, I'm gonna have to start putting in more rules about how long entries can be.
To your doom! So, what exactly was in that briefcase? Oh, you know, just some launch codes.
I see. Well then.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
This water represents my mercy.
I like this conversation personally. Yeah. I like it too.
I have run out of mercy.
Yeah, the whole of university was quite stressful. And when you had 2 assignments due at the same day, with the same, like, requirements, with the same time frame, it got really hard.
We're out of ideas. I am not the creative type.
I looked at it for like 2 seconds and learned nothing.
2 missiles out of the entire silo, so he must have gone somewhere to launch the rest. But where? I don't know. But we gotta figure this crap out soon. Who knows what he's planning with all those missiles? Nice hat, by the way. Yes, thank you.
Ghastly Gibbons.
Pyro? Everyone, come look at this.
Ooh.
The lights are on, but that place was abandoned ever since Sexton Hale died. I'd venture to guess that's where the magical little gremlin went. Well then, let's go wrangle ourselves a wizard. But first, we sleep. I am tired. Yes.
Why is the spy
No one make a sound.
sneaking when he can just go invisible?
Construction? Scout, I said no noises. Failure. Let me take a look here.
He's still alive.
Well, what's over there? Sexton Hale doesn't have a twin brother, does he? Maybe. No, I don't believe so. Then we might be in some deep doo-doo.
Okay, I don't exactly understand what the problem is.
The fact that he has Australia on his chest.
Here?
Yeah, that's right.
You understand this is a desert, right? Like, I don't think a forest is gonna grow here.
Well, I need some place to put my jaguars. What kind of a $14 billion hunting reserve doesn't have jaguars?
I don't know, a logical one? Do you even realize how far-fetched this whole idea is?
Okay, you're fired. Someone get me a construction manager who shares my vision. I'm gonna go
Yeah,
wrestle my stress bear.
In terms of PHP, I've looked at a student.
Well, mate, you tried. Marasmus, take care of this bloke, would ya?
Look at a student using PHP. Oh god.
What the hell's going on here? Yeah.
And I
also,
tried to
how are you
help
alive?
them
Oh, a simple resurrection
troubleshoot
spell
their
does wonders
PHP.
for an exploded head. Thanks for that, by
Went
the
okay,
way.
but I had no idea what I was looking at.
Shredded. I didn't really need them. I just needed you to not have them. Now I can pretty much do whatever. Also, Marasmus, do that thing. Yes, thank you. See, I'm a little pissed about being killed. What say you and I have a one-on-one rematch? Fists only. Okay, fine. You can have a shovel. Wow, Major Buzzkill. Where's that balls-to-the-wall psychopath I know and love?
After breaking out of Pyrovision, he sort of renounced violence altogether. Well, you know, after he killed you and all.
Well, what a letdown. Oh, Marasmus! Do you have some kind of spell that'll piss him off? Maybe beef him up a bit too? I want this fight to be a good one.
All right.
Are you serious?
I see.
Was this gonna happen to the pyro? This doesn't seem fair at all. Boo, Marasmus. Boo.
Boom, Erasmus. Just... You think if Marasmus has the power to create this, that Marasmus would be more powerful than this, and therefore be able to just stop it right on its tracks. Boo!
Come at me! Over here, ugly! How do you like them apples?
I prefer applesauce. Manco brand applesauce.
Come on, sniper, shoot him!
Hear me, coward!
Forget this! Let's do this the old-fashioned way!
Gladly!
On second thought, I think it's time for lunch. See you, mates. Damn it, medic, get down here and help us!
The sniper is a shame to the New Zealand, the New Zealand race. There was a brief moment where it was Australia versus New Zealand, Saxon Hale versus the sniper, and sniper brought shame to New Zealand. I think it would be more stronger than that. You think the heavy would be able to handle himself in this scenario?
Stop! What the hell is all this?
We hired you morons to settle our problems.
Now you're all just dicking around wasting time and building a hunting reserve?
You're supposed to be supplying my war effort. It's my war too, buddy. Just forget the war. I'm settling this damn thing myself. Don't even think about it, blockhead. It's my property. In your dreams, Grandpa.
Well, that solves that.
Well, how about that? You're all unemployed now. So, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to my hunting reserve.
Oh, I forgot about him.
Right,
I
man.
forgot about...
What are you doing here?
Is it
I'm
Grey
taking
March?
over Manco, just as it was properly left to me in their wills.
Grey. Is it,
I'm
wait,
not
Grey
buying
Man?
it.
I
He's
forget.
not buying it. Plan B.
I always forget the name of the Grey guy.
Ha ha! Suck it!
Change your plans. My wealth has been stolen. Who wants to help me take back Manco?
After all this, you think we're gonna help you?
Yes?
I will help. Yay!
Excellent! Good
Well.
enough for me.
Well
Attack,
then.
morons! Saxton, hail!
Let's fight Grey Mans. Grey Mans, yeah. Sex and Hale basically stealing his video. Yeah. Well, that was good. It was a bit long, but it was good. Yeah, because we're basically out of time. This would literally only happen to me. How does this even happen? Japanese and Finnish? My system is in English. It's... Well then. That's confusing. How did that even happen? I don't mean to be that guy. But this is part of why people use Windows. I know you hate Windows digits, but this is how this is what happens when you try and use Linux. The average user is not equipped to deal with that kind of this shit happening. Anyway, we'll listen to one more thing. Oh, it's a Philip video. Yeah, we'll watch this. Thank you, Tiana, for for keeping your word and donating. For me not having a Mandarin. Turns out English doesn't have any translation files, so I needed to set it to C. Oh, okay. Weird. There we go. Yay! Thank you. I avoided the Mandarins. It would have worked if they configured their files correctly. But that, yeah, I mean, the point stands. I remember this is the thing, this is a discussion we used to always have at uni as well, is that the people doing computer science at uni were across the board. You had people who literally only used Mac computers. You literally only used Apple brand stuff. And most of us, like 90% of us, were like, how the fuck do they do computer science with a Mac? I don't even know how they fucking could do that. And then there was that one guy, or there's a handful of guys who were like Linux hardcores, who had like multiple different versions of Linux running on different systems. And that friend I mentioned earlier in the stream who did my networking assignment, he's a Linux hardcore. Yeah. And then there were people like me and others, a lot of others, who were just like in the middle, who were like, no, Windows is fine. What we'd always talk about is like the middle ground, the way to stop arguments between the different people. Yeah, I don't get how Macs work, but to be honest, they are Unix compatible. So, but no, but they're so limited. You have to like install all sorts of extra software to get any code language stuff to work. They each have their place. Yeah, to stop arguments between, because the literal arguments would start up between people, and the way I would always use it, the way I would always try and like to stop the arguments or like reduce the arguments, is I would chime in with that idea that there's a picture I remember seeing. The Mac is like your lapdog, your small puppy thing. Incredibly user-friendly, incredibly easy to use off the bat. Like, very little you have to do to make it just work. The little dog is like your safe, not dangerous at all, really, dog that should be good. It should be good for most like people to just use. You can't really train those dogs to do much, though. You can't really, in terms of practical use of a dog, you can't really do much with them. They don't do anything. They just look nice and they act like a dog. And then you've got your Windows as like your German Shepherd, where it's like it's a dog that's also a very friendly dog. Lots of people can get behind having a dog like a German Shepherd. You can have a dog. You can have the German Shepherd just for the looks, but you can also train a German Shepherd like the police do. You know, the police have like the German Shepherds are usually the ones used for hunting down criminals and stuff like that. It's a very functional dog, but it is also very trainable, but it's also very friendly, household friendly, family friendly, generally speaking. Linux is like a wolf. It's very difficult to learn, very not user-friendly at the surface. If you manage to get that wolf, if you manage to tame that wolf and get that wolf to do what you want it to do, if you go through the effort of training that wolf, getting that wolf to be friendly and all that sort of thing, you have a powerful beast that is capable of more than any of the other dogs are capable of. But to tame a wolf is unlike taming a dog. There's so much more work that goes into taming a wolf, to get a wolf to behave, because it is not a domesticated, it's not a domesticated animal. It's very difficult to train. That's what Linux is. That's what the different offshoots of Linux is. Yeah. That's what I would always say, is like, that's how I would describe it. Mac, Apple stuff, very user-friendly, poor functionality because of the limitations that Apple puts on it. Windows, generally flexible, functional, and not too non-user-friendly. Linux, not user-friendly. It's very flexible, highly functional, powerful. Yeah. Also, Tiana, thank you. Donations be like, hello, it is me you were looking. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Back in my college was all Apple, but you had the option to switch from Windows. Yep. Yeah, I think there were a few computers like that at our school as well. Most of the case though, it was like there was a bank of Mac computers for like the art department, like the music department and stuff like that. Pardon me, just because they came with all the music software and stuff like that already built into them. And then the rest of the computers were all Linux. Our school had Ubuntu computers, so we had all Linux all throughout our school. Yeah, Linux is way more user friendly nowadays, but you need to not do much stuff with it, or else it's easily subsystems break down. Yeah, but I like the analogy. Banana Rorius is being mean now. I see. Having my system have multiple languages is probably not a common use case. Yeah, that is odd, and that would cause problems. I can see.
The creative GigaWorks T40 series
we'll watch this one and we'll call it
excellent audio.
For the day.
Despite their considerable size, their footprint is slim.
Criminals.
Their design is sleek and professional, and will look great on any
crime and all.
desk.
A criminal.
Through the front mesh, you can make out the two larger woofer drivers, and somewhere hidden between the two is a high-frequency tweeter. Shame about the visible no draw glitching around the edges, but I can forgive that. You might think that having 3 speakers in each device is overkill. Yes, perhaps it is, but the sound this setup produces is excellent, and the bass considerable.
The start of tomorrow's
given
stream,
their size and lack
Portal
of dedicated
Reloaded,
subwoofer.
then
There's just
multiplayer.
one tiny problem.
Possibly
In
Uno
order to
and
comply with European environmental
Jackbox, but
laws,
I'm not sure.
these speakers enter sleep mode after 10 minutes of inactivity. Great, you might think. You're doing your bit to save the dolphins or whatever. The thing is, though, that it takes about 3 seconds for it to wake up again. This means that you end up missing the first 3 seconds of whatever it is that you're listening to, be it a YouTube clip, music track, or important notification that you've been waiting on. And this happens more
That's
often than
really
you might
bad.
think, if you're on the computer all day long doing a mixture of silent and audio work like I am. 3 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, but believe me, it's long enough for you to doubt yourself,
Not
even if you
Gartic.
prepared yourself for this occurrence. It's enough time to wonder
gonna
whether
be
or
like
not you remembered to turn the
Jackbox.
speakers on in the first place. Because
Uno, but
obviously
maybe
you
not
turned them
those
off earlier
either.
because you too are doing your bit to save the environment. You'll have to clear away the clutter on your desk to see if the light's on. At this point, 3 seconds still haven't passed, so you're then wondering if you've still got the sound coming out of your headphones instead. So you right-click on your speaker icon in Windows, and suddenly, whatever it is you're listening to blasts out of your speakers at a wholly inappropriate volume, and you reflex leap to turn the volume down. But because of the way the knobs are designed, you don't have quite enough space for your fingers to pass between them, making adjusting
that's
the
so
volume a
frustrating.
fiddly process. Now those dials are slippery. If your hands are at all greasy or wet, which they often will be upon returning from the toilet and settling down to watch some media at the right volume, you'll be there, frantically rubbing the knob yet failing to get any purchase as inappropriate volumes uncontrollably come pouring out. You'll be desperately fingering your clothing or rummaging around for some kind of cloth with which to wrap around the knob to put an end to this disgusting display. Speaking of wet and slippery, the volume control might also be a shower dial, since half of its range is pointlessly quiet and the other half is deafeningly loud, leaving about 5 degrees in total for the volume levels that you'll actually want to listen to these things at.
That's
the
awful.
ideal volume, by the way, is to have the dot facing directly upwards, which I assume is by design so that all 3 of these dials can look identical in order to look pretty, but it isn't the most practical design to work with. But let's go back to those 5 seconds of silence. That's not just 5 seconds. If you're like me, then it's 10, since I get a weird OCD thing where I have to restart whatever it is I'm listening to, else live with the eternal regret that I haven't fully experienced whatever it is that I'm listening to. But whatever I end up doing, I get the feeling that this damn
I finished one
EU
song with your
regulation
boobs.
has won in
Put up
some
on the project
petty,
discussions
yet
if you want to give it a
irritating
listen.
way.
Right,
I've
right.
been
I'll
using
go
these babies
listen
for
in my own
months and
time.
yet still haven't accustomed to this feature. In fact, it gets worse every time it happens, as though I've somehow been outwitted by some ill-conceived EU regulation. It's such a needless, bloated, bureaucratic feature. You just know it was agreed by people who didn't think it through in practice. I hope they all own a pair of these speakers as penance. Does Europe not think I'm capable of making the decision of whether or not I want my speakers on? Do they not know how slippery these dials are if I'm trying to turn them on or off in the first place? I did not agree with Brexit. I thought it was a silly idea that greatly weakened the country. Yet every time I miss the start of a dank meme thanks to this stupid power-saving feature, I sway ever so slightly towards its favour. What a ridiculous feature to force into equipment. How dare they compromise my enjoyment and erode my time with this level of babysitting? You see forum posts where people create custom sound files which play tiny, imperceivably quiet sounds
Yeah,
every
we'll
9
probably play
minutes,
some Uno.
59 seconds to
That's
prevent
a
the sleep mode from
definite.
kicking in on this device.
But other stuff we
Creating
can-
that
we
feature
can
must have
decide
wasted a lot
as
of
it-
energy.
as it happens.
Hell, everybody who's watched this video has probably wasted more energy than this feature has ever saved in the first place. You know what else I find annoying? This is something that none of the professional sleep mode from kicking a tiny imperceivable of babysitting. You see forum posts where people create
I was gonna say, is this a way to stop it from turning off? It's... So it's like a... They basically created a sound file that you can't hear so that it can turn on the speakers before you play sounds. So that they'll just be on. How ridiculous is that?
custom sound files which play tiny, imperceivably quiet
I'm gonna
sounds
mark the
every
last watch video.
9
Don't worry,
minutes,
I will do
59 seconds
that.
to prevent the sleep mode from kicking in on this device. Creating that feature must have wasted a lot of energy. Hell, everybody who's watched this video has probably wasted more energy than
You
this
haven't done
feature has
crowd
ever
one
saved
too,
in the
right?
first place. You know what else I find annoying? This is something that none of the professional
Crowd
reviews
one.
for this product have mentioned. I guess it isn't something that you'll notice if you're testing these as a
We've
one-off.
done most of the game modes in
Look to the
Gartic
user
Phone.
reviews and
I'm
you'll
not
find
sure what you mean.
hundreds of people complaining about it. Because this is something that you'll notice in practice. It is something that you
Toasty
will
on
suffer
these
from until you choose to upgrade
0.00001
again.
of the dial.
Just think about that and ask yourself if it's worth it. The Creative Gigaworks T40 Series 2 speakers. Excellent sounding audio, sleek looking design. I rate them
Refreshing from
0
Gartic
stars.
Phone, yeah.
Hey, check this out. Didn't know that till today.
Yeah, my computer has shit like that. I have all sorts of filter stuff on the front of my computer, and I can just like pull the whole thing off, and it just completely detaches, and you can clean it and stuff like that. It's really nice. All right, yep, that was the last one we watched. I only got up to 13 days ago. What's happened? Why am I so much worse? Oh, here's the ones that Maddie was talking about. Why have we slowed down? Have the videos got longer, or have I just got worse at reacting to the? Because I'm so much slower. I'm either so much slower, or you guys are posting more, or the videos are longer. Something like that has happened. I know some of these videos that are posted here, and yeah, I watched Josie's Pyro video already. The SFM. Go check it out, people, if you want to see it. I would recommend it. Can I guess his shirt color? Let's not look too closely at this. I think we started when I first turned on my computer this morning. And actually, I think the Pyro one was at the very top when I first... No, it wasn't that. It was 5 days ago. What the hell was it? Oh, Relatable. This was the one that was... This was the first one at the top when I first opened it up. And then I refreshed it and 2 more came up. I'm curious to see... Sex Offender Shuffles, the top one with the stream started. Wait, oh, here we go. Yeah, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's only... Thankfully, people realized that I wasn't going to catch up. People didn't post too much here. But yeah, we'll check all this stuff out in the next stream. And hopefully I can catch up. Oh, Hall of Fame. Is that a new flare? I haven't seen that one before. That's cool, that's cool. Anyway, yeah, if you guys liked what you saw, hit like. I see most of you already have. But if you haven't hit like yet, maybe. Maybe now's your chance. You can do another vote in Discord, just how people want, after Uno. I suppose so. You really need to clone yourself. Yeah. So I can watch more than one video at a time. My cat videos, yeah, I saw them. There'll be a nice palette cleanser at the start of the next stream. Rorius because Rantius. That is definitely an element, but it's not the only thing, because I've always ranted. I've always been a ranty boy. I post more short, cute, funny videos. Yeah, those are good, because those I can get through quickly. Crowd, like a mode, like speedrun knockoff. Thank you, Tiana, for the donation. No mandarins, stay hydrated. But mandarins do hydrate. They got lots of liquid in them. Yeah. So I believe we've already done crowd. I believe we've tried all the game modes since we've been playing Gartic Phone. It's 50% more reaction per video. That's 50% more reaction per reaction. I have hit like twice according to YouTube. Yeah, don't hit it again. We don't want any weirdness to happen. Already hit the like? I could hit it again, but that would unlike the stream. Yeah, no, please don't. Oranges are better. Oranges, more water. Yes and no. Per volume, I think they're about the same. I would argue that mandarins probably have more per volume, because they don't have as much, like, blocking. They don't have as much interim stuff as oranges do. They don't have as much, like, of the pith and stuff like that as oranges do. Tiana, stop being... Yeah, mandarins are great. I don't know why Tiana hates mandarins. I mean, we've already talked about why. I do know why Tiana hates them, but I'm convinced that if you had a good mandarin, Tiana, you'd enjoy it. You've just had bad mandarins. Try to bribe Rory not to eat mandarins. Yep. Rory should have a series called Rantius. I should. There is one video on the channel which is basically just me ranting about something, and it was because I cut it out of a video early on because I was like, this makes the video too long, or it's just too much of the same thing. So I like cut it out and I put it as its own separate video. That was way back when I was playing. It was I think it was actually in Portal 2. I think it was in the Portal 2 series. I cut a rant of mine out and put it as a separate video. Rorius, I also wait. I also you said despite. I also have despite you now. Did you mean despise? It's every time I use the tisk tisk, I imagine you voicing the guy doing it in Ace Attorney. I hate Edgeworth going. I hate that so much. I hate people tisking at things. I think that's it's so condescending. I hate it so much. Wait, Fireboy just got roasted? I don't understand. Oh, I see. I missed a chat. Rorish, not happening, Fireboy. Deal with it. Mandarins are great. Mandarins, tangerines, oranges all taste the damn same. I don't agree with tofu. I don't agree they all taste the same. If you actually taste them side by side, they're quite different. But mandarins are just more edible. They're easier to eat than oranges. I like tisking when it's used in a satirical, obvious way. An obviously just satirical way. It makes me epic laugh. Mandarins are great. I categorically and with all my being disagree. I'm not gonna eat them on camera because that'll upset Tiana, but mandarins are freaking great. I'm now gonna tisk and also wave my hand like Edgeworth and the old guy now with a smirk just to piss people off. No, don't do that. Like, Edgeworth doing it pisses me off. Von Karma doing it makes me want to literally run up and stab him in the face. Like, Von Karma I hate him. Oh, I hate him so much. He's so condescending. And that's why I love shoving it in their face when I point out a contradiction and they go, ugh! It's when Edgeworth does that, puts his hand at, like, ugh! On the table. It's so satisfying. This is something I've talked about before. Mini rant. Really mini rant. When people try to be boastful or one-up other people, I'm not a competitive person. I'm not someone who likes to toot my own horn. But if I see someone being either aggressively competitive or thinks that they're better than everyone else around them for one reason or another, I get this incessant need to put them in their place in some way, shape, or form. It's a really bad, like, personality trait, but I hate people being boastful. That's my least favorite trait in a person, is someone who is boastful about themselves or about something that they can do, whether it's deserved, whether they've worked for it or not. Boastfulness, cockiness is my least favorite trait in a person. And right, that's bad. Fucking I hate it. I hate it so much. I actually hate it. Screw Von cover. Edgeworth gets better. That's the thing, is that's why I'm working with Edgeworth in this series, because like I know that he becomes a good guy in the long run. Leave while you still can. Run, Roy, run. I was reminded of the time where someone was talking about someone in this group of my colleagues at work was talking about how they had a collection of CDs or something like that. They had some old, like, thing where they'd collected a bunch of CDs when they were younger, and they liked their CDs. You know, they were just talking about how they liked their CD collection. It wasn't boastful, and it didn't feel boastful in any way. Oh, thank you. All the pieces fell in the jar that time. Yay! They talk about how they liked stuff. I like liking things, by the way. I hate it when people just hate on stuff for no reason. I like liking things. And so when someone was talking about how they liked the CD collection of CDs they had, I was like, cool, that's a cool story. And then someone chimed in being like, CDs. It's like, I'm gonna dramatize it here. CDs, like, I have a vinyl collection. Talking about their vinyl collection, how no sound compares to vinyl. Like, there's the beauty of sound that comes from the vinyl is just leagues better than what you get on CDs. That was never part of the conversation, never part of the part in question. But as this guy started boasting about, he was like a middle-aged man, started boasting about his vinyl collection, and clearly the way he was talking, I could tell it was making the person who's brought up the CDs thing in the first place feel like shit. You know, they were not happy. Their mood was brought down by this guy trying to like be boastful about his vinyl collection. His vinyl breaks down in no time flat. Yeah. Well, the thing is like, sure, you can have a vinyl collection, you can be proud of it, fine. I'm a collector myself. But it was just the way that they cut in to be like, your CDs, bah! That's like, your CDs, nothing on my vinyls. And so I knew that one of the other guys on at the table was he plays music, and I think he also had a vinyl collection, but he would never boast about it like that. So I shifted the conversation subtly towards. I asked the guy, like, he was talking about the sound quality of the music coming through the vinyl, and I steered the conversation towards performing music, and I was talking about, oh, thank you, Tofu, for the $1. I started veering the conversation towards like I was like, yeah, sure, listening to the music coming through those speakers is nice, but performing music, now that's great. Performing the music is like another whole level. And I was like, do you play an instrument? And he's like, no. And I was like, oh, I started talking with this other guy next to him about how great it was to be able to play and to be talented in music. And I could tell that the guy was just like miffed, like really miffed about it. It's really, because I started talking about how great it is to be in a band and to like work with multiple people to just produce a music baby that is like performing in a band, performing in a group. How amazing that experience is, and nothing beats the sound of playing live music. And I would never boast about that shit. I hate boasting, but just the look on his face, the miffed look on his face gives me energy. Yeah. That's perfect. Brilliant. So anyway, that's some mini rant with Rorius. Where he completes puzzle, may I? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You could have done it quicker. That shit does piss me off with GLaDOS and stuff, is like when she's just bagging on you for no reason. That's why I prefer Portal 1 GLaDOS, is it's more of like a cold, like uncaring nature of her, whereas Portal 2 is she's very like directly insulting. Well, that's cool, but like I wouldn't want to play it because I'd fear I'd break it. That's the thing. I'm always afraid. Vinyl has a limited number of plays, a very limited number of plays, because you will eventually scratch out the lines. I wonder how many plays it is actually. What's the money count? It's $22 US. I don't know what that is in New Zealand dollars, but $22 US, which is thank you everyone. That really does help. It really helps me with making it through the like months. Because sometimes there's stuff that comes up that I just can't afford, and the donations really help feed back into the channel. That would be a good skit, just like one-upping each other until it gets ridiculous. Yeah. We should all make a movie when it's safe to go outside. Yeah. I'll make tea now. Oh yeah. See ya, Tofu. We're heading off as well. You leaving now, Banana Rorius? I'm from US too. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I'm leaving now. I'm heading off. A well-careful record can be played more than 100 times. But still, that's 100. Whereas a CD, literally, like, probably with a laser, the degradation caused by the laser, wouldn't be surprised if it was in the hundreds of thousands of playbacks before you get any degradation. $22 is $30 New Zealand. Ah, yeah. I thought it would be about that. Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you to everyone who's donated. Thank you to all the Royal Maximilians around. I really appreciate you guys. You can also... Yeah, exactly. You can basically endlessly copy a CD, whereas with a vinyl, you have to translate it into an analog... you have to translate the analog signal into digital if you want to make a copy of it. What a nightmare. So yeah. I hate people being elitist about that stuff as well. Like elitism, cockiness, boastfulness. My least favorite traits in stuff. Like people gatekeep. It's that whole like gatekeeping things. Like I just hate it. I like liking things, and I like people to have passing interests in things. You don't have to be an expert at everything. Just having a passing interest is enough for me. I don't like hating. I don't like that gatekeeping BS. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for listening to me rant for like nearly half an hour. I really appreciate you guys coming around. And yeah, tomorrow we'll play some multiplayer games, but we'll start off with a bit of Portal Reloaded. Thank you so much for watching. Oh my god, Josie. Just late to ending the stream. That's a new thing I'll do. But I'd much rather that you just make Rochelle screams. Is that really how your brain works? I much prefer that to tisk tisk tisk. I hate tisking with a passion. Yeah. See you guys. Have a good one. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good day, whatever. Bye.